Chapter 5800. Jean Chen heard his speculation, took a deep breath, and decided to return to the cabin. She had been able to calmly communicate with Jian Wushuang a long time ago, but she found that Jian Wushuang had less and less taken her seriously. Looking at Jean Chen's exquisite back, Jian Wushuang sighed. Elder Mu Chen smiled and patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't care too much about Wushuang's nephew. Jean Chen, a girl who has been spoiled since childhood, will get better." "I didn't mean that." Jian Wushuang shook his head. He didn't feel any dissatisfaction with Jean Chen's approach. On the contrary, he still wanted to quickly repay the favor debt. After the sacred meeting, the entire country of Yu will be implicated by him. If the Empress can become a saint, it will be easy. If you can't become a saint, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do in the future. Jian Wushuang was still a little guilty about this. Unlike Wu Li, even the family can shrink or even give up. Unfortunately, his purpose in Gu Yu's time has never been to gain a firm foothold. What he has to do is to become the Lord of the universe at an extremely fast speed. Then go to find other people in 9 days and 10 places. Huiking's location is already known, but you can't go in a hurry. Fan Tianfeng was ready to return to Qi Temple in advance, and he couldn't rely on it anymore. Can only go to other people. Wu Zhua had a good relationship with him, and he didn't know where the other party was. There are Zhen Wuyang, Tong Tian Buddha, Dongsheng, and Wanyan. As for the others, if they can meet them, they can help. These people were all brought by him from Kashendian. The original intention of Zhenling was to send him out alone. One is optimistic about Jian Wushuang. Secondly, it is because of Jian Wushuang's fetters with Meisheng. Since you can't beat it, then avoid its edge first. Na Qingxiang finally left the top 10 inheritors at one time. Some of these people may have selfish motives. There is even a gap between Jian Wushuang and Jian Wushuang. But since they have been brought to Guyu time and space, they must be brought back in their entirety. And Hui Qing, even in the ancient moon ruins, they will tell the other party to rescue them. Tower of 9 Tribulations. It is his greatest confidence now. With the teachings of Weiss, as long as you practice the free, extreme Igong to the realm of great achievement, he is basically invincible. What is the ancient moon ruins? That's just a place where the goddess sits. According to Weiss, the goddess is also his disciple. How could Jian Wushuang lose to a dead man? Go back alive. Kill life. Take back everything that belongs to the original universe. He will avenge the old man sheep's hatred. Jian Wushuang stood at the bow of the ship. His eyes looked like giants. Guma School is getting closer and closer. Countless war boats suddenly stopped. In the sky in front of them, barriers appeared. That is the formation of the Guma School. Wow! In the huge screen, a figure was revealed, and then his figure was revealed. A strong man in the 7 Tribulations realm. He is also the head of the contemporary Gumu School. It's a coincidence. Jian Wushuang also knew each other. This 7 Tribulation realm powerhouse, who seemed to be from the ancient Wood School, actually took refuge in Emperor Babish sect. I don't know if Bobby D will come. Maybe I missed the chance here. Dear friends, please receive the magic weapon and follow me into the ancient Wood Holy Land. The war boat disappeared into the sky instantly. Countless figures stood densely in the void. There are also several 7 Tribulation realm powerhouses. They were all scattered robbers, so naturally they couldn't see the holy meeting they just came to watch. The master head teacher actually greeted me personally. It really made me wait for my face. Several 7 Tribulations realms stepped forward and exchanged a few words with the head teacher of the Gumu sect. They all set off and entered the ancient Wood Holy Land. The scenes are the same on both sides of the barrier, but the breath has undergone earth-shaking changes. Jian Wushuang, who entered it, felt a steady flow of life force in the branches. This branch comes from Wanlu. Nature contains great vitality. If it can be taken out, the value will be immeasurable. Unfortunately, I can't get it. If it can be taken out, Shunmu Wangye will not always show weakness. Jian Wushuang was still a little interested in which ancient Shenmu king, a strong king who once was in the Eight Tribulations realm. Although the rumors are not strong, but during the peak period, it was definitely much stronger than the current principle of the Eight Tribulations realm universe. After all, it is one of the oldest beings. I just don't know if I will have this opportunity to meet this time. Following the head of the Gumu school, they entered a circular coliseum. The seats around are enough to hold hundreds of millions of people. When they entered this place, they were also separated in an orderly manner. Those who enter the central clearing are all candidates who will see the holy meeting this time. Enough 10,000 people. 70% of them turned out to be forces from secret realms. Only 30% are strong in the 16 countries. The Guma school is impartial to both parties. This also shows that in the backbone of the fighting force, the current 16 kingdoms is far inferior to the strong in the secret realm. Otherwise, it will not be so much less. The two sides are also separated. The strong of the 16 countries stand on one side, and the strong on the secret realm stand on one side. Is this the beginning? Jian Wushuang was somewhat different, feeling a bit hasty. At least entertain them. Turning his head and looking at the seats around, he has indeed begun to entertain those who watch the strong. As for them, they stood stupidly in the central clearing, waiting for their deaths. The head of the ancient wood school and the contemporary saint seated side by side. Everyone, today the holy meeting is opened, and from this moment on, the rules will be known after you enter the infinite world. As soon as he raised his head, he issued countless tokens. It fell into the hands of the strong man who saw the holy meeting. Jian Wushuang also received a copy. This token is so useful that you can't lose it if you die. After everyone carefully collected them, they waited for the next arrangement. The contemporary saintess of Gumu school is about to cross the seventh calamity at the peak of the six tribulations realm. The status is as high as Shirxiu in Shir Kingdom. Once successfully crossing the robbery, they are all leaders of their respective forces. She leaned slightly, looked at the people below, and said with an icy voice, "The ancient wood sacred assembly now begins." Without saying a word, the surrounding barriers began to vibrate. Jian Wushuang stood there. His mind was filled with tremendous power, and his figure fell into the darkness unconsciously. Everyone in the field disappeared instantly, and then a piece of sky appeared in the blank field. Wum Shu, calm the figure above, shows everyone. For a time, many people stared at the figures they cared about. At the top of the viewing platform, there is a row of halls. Everyone sitting inside is a big man. The head teacher of the Gumu school has also entered here. Now there are more than 10 seven tribulation realm powerhouses gathered here, but they are all scattered tribulation powerhouses. None of the masters of the universe in the seven tribulations realm came. There was not much at all. They're all cultivating. It's like, Sanji, there is no need for cultivation. So they are so idle. The Lord of the universe in the six tribulations realm has come a lot. Among them is the Tongha Sword Fairy, who Jian Wushuang is familiar with. Chapter 58:01. And the superpower of Shirxiu in the seven tribulations realm. There is also a star refiner known to Jian Wushuang. This is a big man, and in the entire hall, he has the highest status. Many people came forward to talk. Dear fellow Taoists, what do you think of the list of candidates this time? As soon as the head teacher of the Gumu sect raised his hand, a list floated in the air. The names of the 4 candidates also appeared above. The ancestor of the 7 tribulations realm of Yu Kingdom, seeing that Feng Qin did not have the name of Feng Qin, looked a little ugly, but his strength and status were the bottom of these people, and he didn't say anything. It was a powerhouse from the 7 tribulations realm of the daughter kingdom, and said, "I was out of the list just at the beginning. Isn't it a bit anxious? Ha! There will be some discrepancies in this list, but the final candidates are probably these 4. This is a candidate selected by the Gumu faction based on intelligence. The position of the saint must be from the ancient Wood continent. That is the core of the future Gumu school. It must be cleared by the background. If the background is not clear, even if the strength is strong, the Gumu faction will deliberately make things difficult to leave. The currently filtered list. 3 of them are strong in the secret realm, and the strong in the 16 kingdoms are very dissatisfied. Of the 7 tribulation realm powerhouses here, only 3 came from the secret realm. 9 of them are all powerhouses of the 16 nations. The face of Gumu School's palm teacher remained unchanged, and he had nothing to do with it. This list was decided based on all the supreme elders in the Gumu sect. According to him, it is to suppress the 16 countries. Shi Gua has been very arrogant recently. In addition, the Kingdom of the Daughters has also produced a universe lord of the 7 tribulations realm. If this continues, this Gumu continent is not of the Gumu school. It's what those countries say, forget it. This is never allowed. If you can't suppress it face to face, then use resources. In fact, everything depends on the strength. The list does not explain the problem. Lianxing said indifferently at this time. The powerhouses of the 16 nations naturally hold together. In addition to the powerhouses of the 16 kingdoms and the secret realm, there are also some foreign powerhouses here. These powerhouses just watched indifferently without making a sound. There will be infighting everywhere. Hearing Star Refining speak, several 7 tribulations realm experts in the secret realm did not intend to refute. In fact, in terms of strength, the strong in the secret realm is more hopeful, because this time too many powerful people were dispatched in the secret realm. The Lord of the Universe in the 5 tribulations realm is more than double that of the 16 kingdoms. How to compare? The final quota is a little more than the powerhouse of the secret realm. Senior Star Refining, does it have a promising team? The saint of the Mu sect looked at Refining Stars and asked curiously. She saw that Lianxing had been staring at the sky, probably because she was optimistic about the team of a certain country. For example, Shi Gua. However, the strength of the 3-5 tribulation realm universe masters currently dispatched by Shi Kingdom was not outstanding in this conference. The combat power of a single body is not as good as Yu Gua. Hope it's much smaller. No, I'm just optimistic about someone. Lianxing shook his head and smiled. I heard that this time the Gumu sect has produced a lot of rare treasures in the Emperor's assessment. I wonder if there is such a thing? The head teacher of the Gumu sect was stunned for a moment, and then replied, there is such a thing. After all, the Emperor is the hope for the future. And indeed, he has taken out a lot of rare treasures that can make them quickly cross into the tribulation realm. With that said, the bottom of my heart was shocking Lianxing's intelligence. This matter was decided only yesterday. You will know it today by refining the stars. I'm afraid that in the current Gumu school, someone has already started to stand in line. This is a terrible thing. The core of Gumu school, it's the elders who are too supreme. They are all qualified experts in the 7 tribulations realm. And although they are all scattered, the power of the ancient Wood sect is in the hands of these people. None of the head teachers of the Gumu school are 2 elders. It is conceivable that it takes great credit to become the elders. And these elders did not jump out inexplicably. These powerhouses are the foundation left over from the accumulation of tens of thousands of times by the Gumu sect. If you continue to pursue it, these powerhouses will all come from 16 countries. This is a terrible thing. Don't look at the apparent suppression of the 16 nations, but once something goes wrong, something that has just been said here will be secretly passed back to the 16 nations. The strong in the secret realm want to stand up. How easy it is. The head teacher of the Gumu school knew this well, but his heart is no longer on the Gumu school. He is now Bobby's. Since learning that Dylan had cultivated the method created by Emperor Bobby and had reached the level of the 7 tribulations, he couldn't restrain the excitement in his heart. Maybe he can really break through again and become a strong person in the 8 tribulations realm. Compared with the combat power of the 8 tribulations realm, the headmaster of the Gumu school is a fart. Nothing counts. A half-dead 8 tribulations realm can control the entire Gumu sect if he cultivates the method of Emperor Bobby and becomes a powerful person in the 8 tribulations realm. He is only weaker than the Lord of the Universe and stronger than the Shenmue King. After chatting for a while, these super beings took their seats and began to watch the powerful men in the sky. Following the eyes of these people, I saw the scene in the sky. Tens of thousands of powerful people have entered the world of infinity. If you are lucky, you are the closest to the starting point, and those with bad luck have even directly entered some forbidden areas, fighting against those deserts. Among them, there is Jian Wushuang. The infinite world, the whole world, is an undeveloped savage world. A grass is a towering giant tree. A grain of dust is a magnificent mountain. The luck of Jian Wushuang and others was so bad that they arrived at a forbidden area as soon as they entered. A special being of the 4 tribulations realm level is still being held here. This special life is silver in its entire body, and its flesh is like iron. The explosion of divine power is endless. A few people can only flee. Although Jian Wushuang had the strength to solve this barren beast, there was no need to reveal his strength too early. Now it has just begun. At least after the official starting point, it will not be too late to break out. And in the forbidden area, Okanshu, there is no treasure apart from that special life on Calm, and fighting has no meaning. He is not nervous, but the rest are nervous. Brother Wu Li, you take Wushuang and Jinchen first. Brother Juhu and I are dragging this special life. After a stick of incense, we will reconcile in a canyon in the southeast, and then head to the beginning of the infinite world. As the team leader, Elder Mu Chen quickly arranged a tactical plan. Naturally, we must first save the 2 emperors, and then leave behind. If Juhu were to take the 2 emperors to go first, then he would not be relieved. He took the initiative to pull the 9 tigers to stay, and they broke off together. Wu Li glanced back and said, "Be careful. At my speed, you can get a distance without a stick of incense." Elder Mu Chen burst into a green arrogance. Chapter 58:02. The 9 tigers on the side didn't say much. He was a thug. And now, when he didn't make a move, he roared and rushed directly. The silver giant, holding an ancient wooden foot, exploded with a sky-shaking aura. 2 half-step 4 tribulations, realm masters of the universe. It is not too difficult to stop a special being from 4 tribulations realm. Special beings are not like the masters of the universe, but they are much stronger than those of the same rank. 2 half-step 4 tribulation realm cosmos masters are equivalent to 2 4 tribulation realm dispersal tribulation, and the 2 join hands with each other to a special 4 tribulation realm being. You can fight, and you can escape. There are no 2 oil bottles, Jian Wushuang and Jin Chen. There is no scruples. Boom! 9 tigers burst out with all their strength, and with a fist, He blasted the special life back millions of miles, then turned his head and said to Elder Muchen, "Let's go. It's been almost a stick of incense, and there is no need to fight anymore." Elder Muchen nodded and turned around to drive away. That special life has self-consciousness, and naturally will not let the prey escape, and immediately catches up with the explosive speed. Elder Muchen sneered. With one hand, the towering giant tree on the ground instantly turned into a sharp sword, and when he raised his hand, he rushed directly to the special life. The silver giant's face was savage, and he smashed the sharp blade with just one stop. It's also difficult. Muchen frowned. His speed weakened slightly, and a huge purple vine appeared behind him, and then wrapped his whole body. When Juhu saw it, his eyes lit up. The next moment, Elder Muchen stopped his figure suddenly and reminded him, "You go to the Wuli Hui Hui first, and I will hold it." "Okay." Juhu did not hesitate. His speed exploded again, and he disappeared into the sky in an instant, leaving Elder Muchen alone. Elder Muchen grinned, facing the silver giant rushing crazily. Only one hand withstood the opponent's impact. The purple vines on his body followed his palm and instantly spread to the silver giant. The vines continued to expand, directly enclosing the silver giant. It's a pity that the vine wraps Elder Muchen, and that is the battle armor. Wrapped in the silver giant, that is a deadly magic weapon. Let you beast look at what is the treasure of the acquired universe. Elder Muchen stretched out his hands, and then slammed together, and the silver giant was directly strangled and deformed. Elder Muchen clenched his fists with both hands, and the divine power on his body merged with the divine power of the vines, causing his divine power to skyrocket from about 400,000 to 450,000, which was already equal to this special life in the four tribulations realm, more powerful than many of the four scattered robbers. The terrifying red aura continued to erupt, and Elder Muchen yelled. After his divine power was completely stabilized, he rushed towards the bound silver giant, and his body was sunken with a punch, and his divine power continued to decline. One punch can hurt this special life. If you really fight to the death, I am afraid this special life is far from the opponent of Elder Muchen. At this time on the audience stage, because the assessment has not yet reached the starting point, the assessment is not officially started. So many strong people look a little listless, but seeing the sudden outbreak of Elder Muchen, one after another cheered up. Unexpectedly shocked vines. This Yu Kingdom Muchen has reached the level of a real four tribulation realm powerhouse. It's not a loss from the royal family of you. If I can get this frightening vine, I can also burst out of this kind of combat power. Many people showed envious expressions of the horrified vines on Muchen. Especially the strong in the secret realm, their resources are scarce. At this time, I saw a strong man from the Yu royal family who had scary vines, and I was very jealous. Humph, it's his now, but not necessarily in the future. There is a superpower in my giant sea secret realm near him. A strong man in the secret realm, Yin Yang Wei Dao. It caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the powers of the 16 countries. But dissatisfaction goes to dissatisfaction. The facts are true. In the battle, the Elder Muchen made a fierce and decisive move, and the silver giant he fought in defeat steadily. Divine power has dropped to about 400,000. If you really want to continue the fight, it is very likely that Muchen will be beheaded. This special life is not stupid. It can't take advantage of it, so it can only take the initiative to retreat. Had it not been for the task, Elder Muchen would not be willing to let him leave. A beast is a beast. Elder Muchen sneered and took the frightened vines. Just about to turn around and leave, he found several breaths coming in his direction. Muchen looked shocked. With a breath, he is the master of the universe in the four tribulations realm. There are also two masters of the universe in the three tribulations realm. Divine power is around 350,000. The master of the universe in the four tribulations realm possesses 500,000 divine powers. Encounter is by no means an opponent. Go. Mu Chun first hit his breath, then burst out at the fastest speed, rushing to the meeting place. But he had just left, and the three breaths had already arrived. The breath gathered. Three burly figures stood in the air. The headed one was wolf-headed, and the other two were almost the same, with the dense blue hair on their bodies, dancing with the wind. Thanks. It seems that he is a strong man in the U Kingdom. He has a frightening vine. The wolf-head strong man, headed by him, is a strong man in the four tribulations realm. But he was very interested in the shock vines on Mu Chun. Because of these treasures, there are almost no masters of the four tribulations realm universe in the secret realm. If he can get it, this holy meeting will not come in vain. The treasures of the holy meeting need to be robbed. Even if you enter the core of the infinite world, the chance of encountering treasures is very small. If you want to it, you are the master of the five tribulations realm universe. That has to do with them, the four tribulations realm powerhouses. It is more reliable to grab the treasures of the other strong men. The fight in the holy meeting is disorderly. The forces behind it cannot be controlled at all. That's why these three powerhouses dare to chase after Elder Mu Chun unscrupulously. Catch him. Yes. The three breaths tore through the sky and soon caught up with Elder Mu Chun. Feeling the breath approaching, Elder Mu Chun had no choice but to stop his figure. At the same time, it was still transmitting to Jian Wushuang and others. Okanshu, calm calculating his own combat power and the combat power of his companions. Can you cope? This time, they were really unlucky. First, I encountered a special life in the four tribulations realm, and now I encountered a strong man in the mysterious realm. If it is the powerhouse of the 16 nations, it's okay to say that if you can't see you with your head down, you won't make a move at this time. But it happened that he encountered the strong in the secret realm. And looking at the other person's appearance, my heart sank. Serious secret realm. After seeing the identity of the other party, Elder Mu Chun informed Wu Li of the news for the first time. Wu Li, who had already escaped from this place, led Jian Wushuang and the others to a valley and was still waiting for the arrival of Elder Mu Chun. End of this chapter. Chapter 5803. Unexpectedly, but received a more difficult news. What to do? Wu Li frowned. Jian Wushuang also shook his head secretly after learning about it. Now is not the time to shoot. The base camp that hasn't reached the starting point. Take action now, either handle it cleanly without revealing its strength, or give up Elder Mu Chun. After thinking about it, Elder Mu Chun was pretty good to him. So just giving up like this is really unreasonable. But their current encounter is not a real exploration of mystery. It's in the appraisal world of the sacred congregation. Countless pairs of eyes from the outside world are staring at it. The emperor must be saved. What are you still hesitating? Princess Jean Chen was a little anxious. Even if Jian Wushuang is an emperor, why are the two half-step for tribulation realm cosmos masters still hesitating here? Wu Li heard the words and said embarrassingly, His Royal Highness, things are not that simple. The other party is a wolf king in the secret realm of Sirius, the master of the universe of the four tribulations realm, with a divine power of up to 500,000. All of us together are not opponents. And the other party, not just one person, there are also two masters of the universe with 350,000 supernatural powers. They rushed forward. Not only would they not be able to help Brother Mu Chun, but they would also distract Brother Mu Chun. Sanjiu is right. Jean Chen can't mess with this matter. Jian Wushuang also expressed comfort. Juhu is a thug. Naturally, he doesn't care. It's best not to go. The Princess Jinchen didn't care about this. She directly took out the communication token and began to transmit the message to the Empress. Seeing this, several people quickly stopped. His Royal Highness, it's not that we don't want to save it. There is no need to trouble Your Majesty, her old man. Wu Li could only relax when he saw this. He knew that Jian Wushuang's strength was not weak. His supernatural power was at least 400,000. There is also Juhu. His strength is more than 400,000. Coupled with himself, it is possible to fight. It's just that they are all gone. What about Princess Jinchen? All three have the same idea. Jian Wushuang broke the deadlock at this time and said, "Why don't I go with Senior Juhu? Although my supernatural power is not good, I have confidence in speed." That's the only way. Wu Li was planning to take Juhu with him, but he didn't expect Jian Wushuang to take the initiative to stop it. The main reason why Jian Wushuang is so big is because he is afraid of delaying time. When the time comes, a few people will go together, and they may not know what will happen. It's better for him to take Juhu. Jian Wushuang's aura rose and said calmly, "Senior 9 Tigers, let's go." Boom! The two rose directly into the sky and walked in the direction they had just arrived. After just a few breaths, he felt the huge movement in the sky ahead. The entire sky was torn apart, and in the dark cracks, the ground that was blown by the harsh wind changed color. "Elder Mu Chen, here we are." Jian Wushuang and 9 Tigers arrived almost at the same time, directly blocking the two masters of the universe in the 3 tribulations realm. "It's them." Juhu saw these 3 powerhouses. His eyes changed. Several powerhouses in the Sirius secret realm also recognized the 9 Tigers. Speaking of it, 9 Tigers also came from a secret realm, but they were not in Gomu continent. He also knew these powerhouses in the Sirius secret realm. Looking at the wolf, "I didn't expect you to come to see the holy meeting." 9 Tigers punched and directly blasted a master of the universe from the 3 tribulations realm, and then went to Elder Mu Chen's side and jointly resisted which one of the 4 tribulations realm. The strong. Greedy Wolf is the master of the universe in the 4 tribulations realm with a full 500,000 divine power, and Ao Li Zukong's shots are extremely cruel. 9 Tigers, you would actually seek refuge in your country? I really didn't expect it. Greedy Wolf replied coldly. Elder Mu Chen saw that the two sides knew each other and said, "This fellow Taoist, who has not yet arrived at the base camp of departure, it is better for us to retreat separately and let the past go for nothing. At this time, you can fight without fighting. Otherwise, it is them who suffer." I didn't see the 9 Tigers. If you said that, I might give you a face to the country, but now it's impossible. Greedy Wolf turned his head and ordered to the 2 men, "You 2 drag Live the Kid with the sword, and leave the rest to me." Although Jian Wushuang's breath erupted, others could only see that his divine power was not weak as the Lord of the 3 tribulations realm universe. So Greed Wolf regarded him as the Lord of the universe and didn't know that he was an emperor. When Elder Mu Chen saw this, he reminded, "Unparalleled nephew, if you lose, you can retreat first. These beasts can't threaten me." "Then stop talking nonsense." Greedy Wolf stretched out his claws and attacked directly. 9 Tigers and Elder Mu Chen shouted at the same time and greeted them together. In fact, the words of Elder Mu Chen just now were also kind. He is aware of Jian Wushuang's combat power. But Juhu didn't know. I just knew that Jian Wushuang might be the strongest emperor in Gomu continent, comparable to the Lord of the Universe. He was ready to rescue Jian Wushuang at any time. When fighting against Greedy Wolf, His eyes kept staring at Jian Wushuang's safety. Those are the two masters of the universe with 350,000 supernatural powers. Standing in the void, Jian Wushuang slowly raised his hand to hold the sword of myriad tribulations behind him. At this moment, the void was trembling. The battle group next to it all slowed down. Even if Elder Mu Chen knew that Jian Wushuang was very powerful, he couldn't help but marvel at this moment. 9 tigers and Greed Wolf were even stunned on the spot, forgetting that they were still fighting. It was really the moment Jian Wushuang drew his sword, the shock was too great. In the holy land of the Gumu school, watching Jian Wushuang's several powerhouses, they were very calm. He was a little uncomfortable after refining the stars. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to use the sword of 10,000 tribulations so quickly. That is a sword blank that is stronger than a god-rank sword blank. To kill 2 werewolves with a supernatural power of about 350,000. Still use the sword of myriad tribulations? Among the puppets that Jian Wushuang defeated at the beginning, the weakest were the puppets with 500,000 supernatural powers. Jian Wushuang could kill any cosmic master in the 4 tribulations realm at will. To deal with the 2 masters of the universe in the 3 tribulations realm using the sword of 10,000 tribulations is indeed a little overkill. Jian Wushuang didn't care about it. Myriad Tribulation Sword has not drunk blood yet. This is also an opportunity. 2 powerful men with 350,000 supernatural powers gave him the edge of the sword of myriad tribulations, which can be regarded as worthy of each other. In the trembling void, the 2 wolf-head powerhouses still don't know what kind of powerhouse they are facing. Thanks, Stinky Kid. One of them, a wolf-head strong man with red hair on his neck, suddenly shot a pair of sharp claws directly towards Jian Wushuang's face. At this moment, Jian Wushuang directly drew out the sword of 10,000 tribulations and slashed it casually. The whole void fell silent. The powerful werewolf with red hair didn't feel the power of the sword of myriad tribulations, so his eyes lost their color. Followed. Greedy Wolf's eyes changed drastically. Jian Wushuang's strength was stronger than he imagined. One sword killed a strong man with 350,000 supernatural powers. Chapter 58:04. Even he can't do it. This time, I was planning to the opponent's treasure, but one of my own fell away first. What kind of thing is it? The other master of the 3 tribulations realm universe hadn't reacted yet, standing still and didn't know what had happened. However, Jian Wushuang made a sword again. Greedy Wolf reacted this time. His body disappeared instantly, and then when he reached a companion, he had no time to pull him, so he could only kick his men out of the range of the sword with one kick. It's useless to just avoid it. What's more, how could Jian Wushuang's sword be so slow? Jian Ying turned around and still cut to the neck of the Lord of the 3 tribulations realm universe. Feng Ho with a sword. The gorgeous bloodline burst instantly. Greedy Wolf was completely angry, ready to attack Jian Wushuang. Elder Mu Chen and Juhu also reacted and went directly to Jian Wushuang's side, and the 3 of them faced Greed Wolf together. With 2 swords, 2 masters of the 3 tribulations realm universe were beheaded, and it hasn't revealed the true power. This made Greedy Wolf a little bit unable to see Jian Wushuang. Mu Chen's divine power is more than 400,000, and Zhouhu is about the same. It's just that there is no special treasure like the Horror Vine. Now, add Jian Wushuang. Greedy wolves didn't dare to fall in love with him even if he still had a backhand. Just like what Elder Mu Chen said, the true starting point has not yet been reached. Why is it so laborious? You are lucky this time. Greedy Wolf snorted coldly, turned, and left directly. Jian Wushuang and others naturally did not chase. Since then, the Sirius secret realm has lost two powerhouses. But this loss is not too great. The cruelty is still to come. It's just a little trouble now. After solving the predicament, Elder Mu Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Unparalleled nephew, your strength seems to have risen a lot. Mu Qin's eyes were a little envious. An emperor so powerful. As long as you become the realm of tribulation, you do not need to suppress the realm. You can cross the three tribulations and become the Lord of the universe. Even cross the four tribulations. In all ages, there is no shortage of such super talents. There are those who have crossed the five tribulations in a row, and which rumored emperor is not as good as Jian Wushuang compared to Jian Wushuang. If Jian Wushuang's sacred meeting ends this time, he will get enough treasures to break through the robbery realm. It is time to witness a wave of history. Jian Wu's double-faced color remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "Let's leave as soon as possible. This place is still some distance away from the starting point of the infinite world, so no more time can be wasted." The three walked towards the valley where Wu Li was. Calm here is also restored. Outside world, there are still many strong men watching this battle. It was discovered that Jian Wushuang had killed the two three tribulations universe masters in a straightforward manner, and both began investigating Jian Wushuang's identity. What? He is still an emperor. Many people can't help but exclaim. An emperor kills the two masters of the universe in seconds. This kind of thing is just like the legend. Today they actually let them see it with their own eyes. Ha! Our 16 kingdoms, Tianjiao. Each is like this. Just ask you if you are afraid. A robbery expert deliberately stimulating those secret realm experts loudly. The strong from all sides were also divided into two groups. Only the strong of the Guma school watched indifferently. They knew about Jian Wushuang's strength a long time ago, but he hasn't stretched out his olive branch to recruit Jian Wushuang. This time is an opportunity, of course, to wait for Jian Wushuang to come out alive. The edge of an infinite world, an entire mountain range, has become a natural barrier for the infinite world. Jian Wushuang and others will make peace with Wu Li. He began to rush on his way, and now he has reached the edge of the mountain range. It is very close to the assembly place. On the way, they are equally unlucky. I have encountered a lot of desolate beasts at the tribulation realm level. Fortunately, they are not strong, with only 200,000 or 300,000 divine powers, and they can kill them at will. Just when the group of them was about to leave the mountain range, the token on Jin Chen's body changed. Special mission? Wu Li and Elder Mu Qin spoke in unison. Jian Wushuang looked at the two in confusion, not knowing what had happened. At this time, Juhu on the side said, "It seems that our luck is better. I didn't expect to receive a special mission from the Gumu faction before reaching the depths of the infinite world. Unfortunately, it's just a special task for the Emperor, and I don't know what rewards will be." Elder Mu Qin is still a little regretful. If the Lord of the Universe receives the special task, it will make a lot of money. Wu Li hurriedly reminded Jin Chen. "His Royal Highness, look at the task of a few stars." 5. Jin Chen was also a little confused about this, and a little surprised why several people were so surprised. Hearing that it was 5 stars, several people were completely stunned. Wu Li couldn't restrain his excitement. "This time we are really lucky. Even if it is the special mission of the Emperor, he can have 5 stars. The treasures obtained are absolutely extraordinary, and there is a possibility that there will be advance plans." "Advance map, what is that?" Jian Wushuang grasped the point and finally inserted a sentence. At this time, Elder Mu Qin told him and Jin Chen about some strange assessments in the holy meeting. The tokens issued to them were not used for voice transmission. The biggest use is to issue tasks. What is sent to the emperor is the task of the emperor, which can only be completed by the emperor. Then, the mission is divided into 6 stars in total. For the 6-star mission, there is only one in the entire assessment. The reward is also the biggest. Not only can you get some rare treasures, you can also get advance maps. The advance map represents the route of the world they are in. The marked routes are generally safe routes. With a safe route, they can reach the end as quickly as possible. The 6-star special mission must explode the advance map. For the 5-star special mission, there is only a 50% chance that the advance map will be released. Tasks are also divided into types. Special tasks are released to individuals, and you can also bring your companions to explore together. Group quests www.okanshu.com are generally randomly distributed to the strong in a certain area, and they can all receive quests. However, group tasks are too risky. There are at least thousands of strong people in a region. Thousands of people gathered together to fight together. That probability is too small. Special tasks, only known to them, are almost certain to be won. Since it's so important, it's better to inform. Princess Jin Chun was interrupted by Jian Wushuang next to her before she finished her words. No, since it is the special task of the emperor, we can solve it by ourselves. It is useless to make your majesty. On the contrary, it will be stunned. Now your majesty and the others should have arrived at the assembly place. Where there are many people, if your majesty rushes out, it will definitely be being stared at is not worth the loss. Elder Muchen nodded and agreed. Wushuang's nephew is right. You must not inform your majesty. Since it is the special task of the emperor, you and Wushuang should be able to complete it. Chapter 58:05. Haha, for Wushuang, it must be easy. Wu Li and Juhu both smiled. 5 stars. It's very difficult. That's for other people. For Jian Wushuang, it was equal to no difficulty. Look at the detailed content of the mission. We must be fast, not to make people doubt it. Jin Chen took out the token, took a closer look, and replied, In the southwest, you can fly in about a quarter of an hour, and there will be more hints when you get there. That's it. The 5-star mission is really extraordinary. Set off. The 5 changed directions, originally heading north. Now heading to the southwest, flying fast. At this time, there are not many teams in the mountains, and most of them have arrived at the assembly point. My hip flask can repair immortals without pop-up windows. Even the fast ones have entered the periphery of the infinite world. Jian Wushuang. And the others were too bad luck. Otherwise, they would be able to set off early. It's just that they didn't expect that there is still a team, which is also very unlucky. Before entering the infinite world, the 2 masters of the universe have fallen. Nowadays, a lot of people are behind, only to reach the edge of the mountain range. Several figures also appeared in the sky near the mountains. One of them was a burly man with long hair on the temples. His eyes were like torches. He stared at the auras in front of him and said in surprise, These auras, how do you move towards? Run in the opposite direction of the assembly location? A blue-haired wolf leader in the team asked in surprise. So familiar. Is it a team from Vietnam? Your script is really good-looking, no pop-up window. Is that to make you lose the Vietnamese team of 2 wolf monarchs? The burly man said coldly, I don't think their strength is very good. It's time to reflect on the greedy wolf. Greedy wolf's eyes are blood red, not because of hatred for Yugua, but because of the words of a burly man who made him very uncomfortable. Although they are all powerhouses in the Serious Secret Realm. But the Serious Secret Realm has 2 5 tribulations realm masters of the universe, and both have seen this holy meeting. Both of them are also their masters. It's just that the people in his belt have fallen, and they happen to meet each other again, and they walked with each other. Kuei Lang, you should pay attention to their whereabouts. That direction is the southwest, not the direction of the assembly point. Now that many teams have assembled at the assembly point, they have started to set off. They are heading southwest at this time. They must be picking up. When it comes to the mission, we can come to a mantis to catch the cicada. Greedy Wolf is not as strong as Kuei Lang, but his brain is much more flexible than the opponent. Cannon Fodder just wants to cultivate immortals without pop-up windows. If Kuei Lang had encountered Jian Wushuang earlier, he would not retreat at all. He would definitely have to fight a battle. The other party is a famous lunatic. Few people dare to provoke him in the serious secret realm. Kuei Lang touched his temples and laughed. You are still useful, so what are we waiting for? Follow up. Wait a second. Follow up now. They are likely to leave if they are found. Greedy Wolf quickly stopped everyone. A group of 6 people. They were all Kuei Lang people, so they didn't listen to his persuasion at all. Humph, fearful of hands and feet. Even if it's a special task, you must pay a price if you dare to kill my serious clan powerhouse. Kuei Lang, no matter how many, directly led people to chase him. Greedy Wolf cursed secretly in his heart. If it were not for the same clan, he would be like a strong man who joined forces with Yuegwa and killed Kuei Lang. Start with the latest chapter of 100 Years the Brain is Too Stupid. Such a missed thing must be straightforward. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang and the others were fast enough, and it would take time for Kuei Lang and others to catch up. At this time, Emperor Jian Wushuang and others had arrived at the mission location. Call. The cold wind howled. In the mountains in the southwest, there is snow all year round, and the temperature is extremely low. After a few people looked around, they didn't find anything, and they fell directly to the ground. Ding! Jean Chen's token changed again, and several people gathered around at the same time. Enter Snow Shadow Mountain. Everyone was taken aback. Snow Shadow Mountain? The mountains here stretch to nowhere. Where can I find them? World of Royal Beasts. Starting contract just when they were at a loss, a strong wind rose suddenly. The wind and snow blew to everyone in an instant. Jian Wushuang raised his hand to block Hanshua, squinting to look forward. Where? He pointed out with his finger. Everyone looked at it together. It was the place where the wind and snow hit. A dark hole. I don't know when. The word Shuang appeared above. Wu Shuang, sage nephew, you take Princess Jinchen to go. We are here to protect the law for you. Elder Mu Chen began to arrange some simple formations in order to be in need. Jian Wushuang nodded, his divine power spread out, and directly wrapped Princess Jinchen, rushing towards the entrance of Shuang Mountain. That wind and snow force is extremely powerful. By you of the past, no pop-up window ordinary emperors can't get in. Just to enter Shuang Mountain, you need 200,000 divine power. Had it not been for his divine power to envelop Jinchen, the opponent would have been blown out a long time ago. Go straight in. Jian Wushuang turned his head to look at Jinchen and asked if he had any other explanations. Jinchen didn't speak, but just nodded. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate either, and led her directly into the dark hole. Just before he entered the entrance of the cave, he felt a dangerous breath coming from a distance. But at this time, he had reached the edge, and he couldn't stop, so he could only send a message to Wu Li in a hurry to make them be careful. There are strong people approaching them. The task must be completed quickly. Back to the 90s, as a dad's works catalog, he was really worried about Wu Li's fall. Without Wu Li, he couldn't even find Wan Lu, let alone go in. After pulling Jin Chun into the Shuang cave, the wildness disappeared. Ding! The token rang again. Kill the Snow Shadow Demon King. The content is simple and rude. Jian Wushuang is even more so. As soon as he entered the cave, he found several snow monsters, none of them weak. Both have a supernatural power of about 200,000. The average emperor really couldn't deal with it. But for Jian Wushuang, just the appearance of the sword Aura could kill these snow monsters instantly. He didn't dare to drag the mud and water, leading Jin Chen to kill the snow monster all the way, and entered the depths of Shuiying Mountain. At this time, outside Shuiying Mountain, before Wu Li received Jian Wushuang's transmission, she frowned, because he found someone rushing here, and more than one. There are 7 strong people. The weakest have 400,000 supernatural powers. Among them are 2 strong men with more than 500,000 supernatural powers. It must be the master of the universe in the 4 tribulations realm. When he received Jian Wushuang's transmission, he was stunned. It was not an accident to those strong. It was an accident to Jian Wushuang. The news that the strong came was informed by the existence in his body, but Jian Wushuang actually knew about it. This shocked him extremely. The existence in his body is incredible. Now, he didn't have much time to think about it, and he quickly reminded Mu Chun and 9 tigers to prepare for battle. The next moment, a row of figures appeared above their heads. Legacy, Kuei Lang. It's over. People have entered a state of despair, and the enemy in front of them is far beyond their ability to contend. Chapter 58:06. Juhu took 2 steps back and was ready to escape. The master of the 2 great 4 tribulation realms universe. The cunning wolf has a supernatural power of 500,000. The mighty Kuei-Long has a supernatural power of 530,000. How do they fight? Hurry up and inform you the female emperor. Juhu shouted anxiously. The moment Elder Mu Chen saw this, he had already sent out the message. The empress quickly responded. The patriarch of the Li family, with 2 powerful 4 tribulation realms from the royal family, was able to come soon. They only need to withstand an hour. An hour? At this time, you can prepare funerals for them. Mu Chen knew this too, but there was no other way. Can only hold on. How long does it take? Wu Li frowned and asked. Elder Mu Chen did not speak. This time is too long, and it makes people desperate to say it. He has already begun to prepare for the funeral. That is desperately blocking it. At the same time, pray that Jian Wushuang will encounter trouble in Shuiying Mountain and wait an hour before coming out. At that time, you will be able to bring the task rewards to the assembly location to reconcile with the Empress. This is the best plan. Just the 3 of them. It is impossible to block these people. Greedy Wolf glanced at the 3 people below and then saw Shuiying Cave. Without saying a word, he rushed directly to the cave. But as soon as he reached the entrance of the cave, the barrier was blocked. Can't get in. Greedy Wolf was a little surprised. The breath he felt at the beginning was only 4 people. Because Jin Chen's strength was too weak, Jian Wushuang wrapped her with divine power when he was on the way, so he was not discovered by Greed Wolf. The Greedy Wolf, who had just arrived, saw only 3 people. The kid with the sword is gone. He thought Jian Wushuang had gone in alone. If this is the case, then this place is the special task of the Lord of the Universe. According to common sense, they can all enter. But he can't get in now. I understood in an instant. No wonder they are waiting at the entrance of the cave. The kid carrying the sword is the emperor. Greedy's eyes shrank, thinking of the rumors some time ago. A great emperor appeared in the Yu Kingdom, capable of bursting out of 200,000 divine powers. It now seems not only true, but also stronger than rumors. Mu Chen sneered and said, "You have discovered this. If this is the case, then you all have to die." Greedy Wolf shouted angrily, and wanted to make a move. At this moment, Kuei Lang stood up and stopped Greed Wolf. Don't worry, no matter who enters, the treasures I can't bring out will belong to Kuei Lang, and your prey will also belong to me. Who dares to intervene? Don't blame me, you're welcome. Juhu was so scared that he didn't dare to move. Facing a strong man far surpassing himself, he has no confidence at all. Even if it was Kuei Lang alone, the three of them could not hold a stick of incense together. When Greedy Wolf heard it, he said angrily, Kuei Lang, it's not time to play. Hurry up and solve them. They must have a helping hand to rush toward this side. Can't be careless. Humph, if you are afraid, you can leave at any time. Kuei Lang said disdainfully, Little Yu Kingdom is the lord of the 5 tribulations realm universe, and the remaining 4 tribulations realm cosmos lord is not as strong as me. How many do I kill? The arrogant Kuei Lang didn't put Yuguo in his eyes at all. Greedy Wolf alone, helpless. In his heart, he secretly scolded the other party for his stupidity. Click! Kuei Lang, who moved his wrist for a while, said calmly, You 3 will play with me first. Elder Mu Chun made a color toward Wu Li, and the 2 of them instantly understood. The 2 of them still have some hole cards, not to mention the secrets of Wu Li. As for Elder Mu Chen's trump card, the Horror Vine alone can raise his divine power to 450,000. Wu Li also had some backups, and he really wanted to take it out, even stronger than Elder Mu Chun. 2 people together may not be able to resist an hour. The premise is that the Greedy Wolf will not end. As long as no one intervenes, they can resist. There are also 9 tigers, and the opponent's strength is also not tolerated. With 400,000 supernatural powers, make good use of it. The 3 still have hope of survival. It's just that they were afraid that Jian Wushuang would come out suddenly, and when the time came, the other party had no plans to play anymore, so they would be cut off directly. That would be troublesome. Now I just hope Jian Wushuang can slow down. Inside Snow Shadow Mountain, Jian Wushuang strangled the snow monster all the way, reaching the deepest point. He just wants to get out quickly now. The blood monsters encountered on the road are getting stronger and stronger. After reaching the deepest point, ordinary snow monsters already have a supernatural power of 250,000. And in the depths, the breath of the snow monster demon king had already appeared. The supernatural power is as high as 300,000. It's a pity that the other party was instantly shattered by Jian Qi before he saw his face. This way, Jin Chen was stunned. Those snow monsters, either side, she is not an opponent. But under the sword without hands, it is like an ant which can be slashed at will. Looking up at Jian Wushuang's stern face, Jin Chen also had a touch of emotion in his heart. It's not an emotional touch. It's the kind of worship for the strong. In the same order, no one dared to be called the arrogant before Jian Wushuang. No one has this qualification. Perhaps her mother's queen was right when she met Jian Wushuang. It was the luck of Yugua and her good luck. Unfortunately, love is a word that cannot be measured by strength. The snow monster demon king was beheaded instantly. Mission completed. The token vibrated again. Talk to the Snow King. Jian Wushuang was surprised. What kind of mission is this? As soon as he spoke, he felt a breath converging, and turned his head to look at the snow monster demon king who had been strangled. Outsiders, you dare to kill this king. The blood on my body is the blood of the Arctic ice beasts. You will definitely die miserably. Jin Chen opened his mouth and said, Snow King, you shouldn't have been here. If you are to blame, you shouldn't leave the Arctic ice sheet. I came here for a long time, and you destroyed my homeland. The snow monster demon king was very unwilling. Jian Wushuang thought of something at this time. Hidden task, the Arctic ice sheet, in the far north of the infinite world. To reach the end, They need to traverse the entire Arctic ice sheet. Perhaps you can ask about the situation of the Arctic ice sheet from the other party's mouth, or even an advance map. With a safe route, they will be faster. This time Jian Wushuang talked in person. It really made him ask about the Arctic ice field from the mouth of the snow monster demon king. The three chiefs will not let you go. They will avenge Will Lump. As soon as the voice fell, the spirit of the demon king disappeared. On the ground, a snowball and a piece of craft paper were left. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed and said, "It's an advance map." He picked up something on the ground with a stride. The snowball is a treasure of the acquired universe. But I don't know how power is. He threw it directly to Jin Chen. Then I looked at the advance map. Chapter 5807. Sure enough, Shangfen marked some routes. But this route is not a safe route, but a treasure route. On the map, the locations of some heritage sites are recorded. According to the scale of the map, Jian Wushuang researched it and discovered that this route was actually a shortcut, and it was better than nothing. This time they really made a profit. Take this too. Jian Wushuang didn't take it as his own, and he gave the advance map to Jin Chen. For him, it is the most important thing for the Empress to become a candidate. He looks down on the treasures of this place. If there is a treasure that is useful to the source, he will even look at it more. The origin of his starry sky has lit up 9,000 black holes. There is 1,000 black holes short of the complete universe. The universe controlled by the three tribulations realm can only be regarded as the Hinayana universe. The Lord of the four tribulations realm universe is considered Mahayana. The Lord of the universe in the five tribulations realm is consummation, and he is about to light up the perfect universe. As long as you break through the tribulation realm, you will be able to overcome the five tribulations at once. Become the Lord of the five tribulations realm universe. Let's get out quickly. The mission was completed, and it was time to leave. He was more afraid of Wu Li's fall than the treasures he got from the mission. Hope the opponent has enough cards. He could see that there were still many secrets in Wu Li's body. Even if the strength is a little weaker, there should be a lot of cards to protect your life. Pulling Jin Chen, several flashes came to the entrance of the cave. The figures flashed, and the two left the cave at the same time. Outside Snow Shadow Mountain, Kuei Lang stepped on Elder Mu Chen's body, with one hand still carrying Wu Li, who was struggling. Nine Tigers was frightened and kept backing away, and had no fighting spirit. That's the ability, Kuei Lang said with disdain. With such a little strength, it scared the wolf to flee, and also lost the two masters of the universe. What a waste! Greedy Wolf looked embarrassed, but he didn't refute anything. He has been staring at the entrance of the hole. Huh! The breath that appeared instantly made Greedy Wolf look overjoyed. Knowing that Jian Wushuang had come out, regardless of Kuei-Lang, he rushed towards the entrance of the cave, and at the same time was overjoyed. Kuei-Lang looked stupidly. Rivalry Wolf cares more about those treasures than revenge. The value of the treasure is certainly not small for a special task alone. In his opinion, Kuei-Lang is an idiot with well-developed limbs. As long as he takes the treasure, the credit is his. What are the deaths of the two masters of the universe? Jian Wushuang had just come out. Before he could see the situation on the field clearly, he found Greed Wolf rushing towards him. This time, he didn't need to bear it anymore. In the past, forbearance was unnecessary. This time, the other party came for the treasure they got. It must be a battle of life and death. If you bear it any longer, it's time to prepare for him. OM. The power of the beast broke out in an instant, and his divine power rose to 500,000 in an instant. Facing the claw of the greedy wolf, he took it with bare hands. The beasts were running wildly, and he held Jean Chun with one hand. The arm of the candle dragon in his left hand erupted, directly blocking the claw. This time, I won't keep my hand. Jian Wushuang grabbed the opponent's wolf claw's backhand and squeezed it fiercely. He heard a crisp sound. Greedy Wolf was shocked and said in anger, "You still hide your strength?" He didn't expect that Jian Wushuang would be so powerful without a sword. The divine power that just broke out is no longer weaker than him. Boom! A powerful force erupted from Greedy Lang's mouth, trying to attack Jian Wushuang at close range, but actually took the opportunity to get away. This little trick is hard to come by Jian Wushuang. It's just that he is lazy to pester each other. It is still important to save people first. Greedy Wolf frowned and said coldly, "Your sword is to confuse people? Whatever you think." Jian Wushuang said indifferently. He held Jean Chun with one hand and walked directly in front of Kuei Lang. Mu Chun, who was lying on the ground, looked anxiously when he saw Jian Wushuang. "Come on, you are not his opponent." Wu Li, who was pinched, couldn't even speak. He originally wanted to explode, but the existence in his body reminded him that Jian Wushuang has the strength to solve these people, and there is no need to waste his treasures. Originally, Wu Li didn't believe it, but just now when he saw Jian Wushuang, he repelled greed, and he could feel Jian Wushuang's divine power, which had surpassed him and reached 500,000. This force was already able to compete with Kuei Lang. Kuei Lang didn't care. When he just wanted to speak, he didn't see Jian Wushuang's figure clearly, and he felt like he was grabbing Wu Li's arm. Click! With a crisp sound, Kuei Lang's entire arm broke directly. The arm fell together with Wu Li. Kuei Lang was taken aback. Jian Wushuang didn't give the opponent a chance to react, and then raised his foot and kicked directly to Kuei Lang's chest, directly kicking the opponent into the mountains behind. After breaking several majestic mountains one after another, it stopped. After gathering the power of all things in his hand, it was injected into the body of Elder Mu Chun, and the other party reluctantly stood up and recovered some divine power. Feeling the powerful divine power on Jian Wushuang's body, Elder Mu Chun was completely stunned. "You go first, it'll stop them." He let go of Jean Chun and took a step forward, directly blocking everyone. Elder Mu Chun was still a little worried, but knew that staying here would only cause Jian Wushuang trouble. "Be careful. We'll make up at the assembly place." After speaking, he took Wu Li and Jean Chun and quickly flew north. Jihu also hurried to keep up. Now only Jian Wushuang and the 7 universe masters of the Sirius tribe remained. Greedy Wolf rubbed the crushed wolf claws, and the blue veins burst on his forehead. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to be so powerful. An emperor is so powerful that this is something he has never heard of. The other 5 universe masters of the 3 tribulations realm also knew that they were not opponents, and they retreated one after another. Boom! Kuei Lang, who was repulsed, lacked an arm, but his divine power did not weaken. Instead, he became a little crazy. He directly hit and broke several majestic mountains and stood in front of Jian Wushuang again. With a loud shout, Kam's broken arm instantly recovered. Kuei Lang stared at Jian Wushuang and said madly, "You really have some ability." "What nonsense! Just do it." Jian Wushuang clenched his fists, and the red breath on his body exploded again. This time he directly used 3 times the power of the beast god. Divine power broke out to 550,000. Force Kuei Lang. Even if a few people join forces, he can quickly defeat each other. 500,000 and 50,000. Kuei Lang sneered, then turned to look at Greed Wolf and said, "This person is my prey. You can't make a move." Knowing that Jian Wushuang's divine power is stronger than him, and being so confident is obviously a lot of confidence, Greedy Wolf frowned and said in surprise, "Which trick are you going to use now?" "Otherwise," Kuei Lang said with disdain. Underscore. Chapter 5808. You stupid. You have not yet reached the assembly point you have to transform, and when will you recover from the curse left behind? Can't affect my family's plans. Greedy Wolf was a little anxious. Kuei Lang's combat power was ranked first among their serious tribe, and this combat power couldn't be wasted like that. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought of something. If Jian Wushuang really got the key treasure in Shuang Mountain, he might be able to fight it once. After they enter the infinite world, they have to fight anyway. If you're scared, you can get out now. Kuei Lang gathered his qi with both hands, not taking care of the Greedy Wolf. Greedy Wolf has evil intentions. If Jian Wushuang and Kuei Lang lose both, perhaps he still has a chance to grab the credit. Jian Wushuang didn't have much interest in their conversation. When he heard the transformation, he thought of the secret technique of the Sky Wolf tribe's talent under the demon moon. The Sirius tribe can transform according to their blood, and their strength will increase exponentially. It's just that there isn't even a moon here, let alone a demon moon. Jian Wushuang looked at the aura gathered between his opponent's hands. The red divine power was somewhat similar to the power of his beast god. Your ancestor of the Sirius tribe, is it a natural beast god? It is probably because of this that he can resonate with his beasts. Beast god. Kuei Lang's eyes kept shrinking, and his hands were raised fiercely, throwing the red divine power in his hands to the sky. Wow, that breath is like a piece of condensed blood, and the sky is like a piece of paper. The blood burst, and the sky suddenly turned blood red. Kuei Lang looked up at the blood in the sky, and his eyes turned blood red. There are also 5 universe masters in the 3 tribulations realm, and the same changes have taken place. Their eyes turned red, and their bodies began to swell, instantly transforming into the form of a monster beast that is 10,000 feet tall. Divine power also began to skyrocket. Those universe masters in the 3 tribulations realm had only 350,000 divine power, but after the transformation, the divine power directly reached 400,000, a full increase of 50,000. Kuei Lang is even more exaggerated. His bloodline is stronger, and his divine power increases more. From 530,000, a direct increase to 600,000. Even so much. Jian Wushuang was extremely surprised. He thought it would be good to be able to increase by 20,000 to 30,000, but he did not expect to directly increase by a full 70,000. This is even more terrifying than the power of his beast god. Double the power of the beast god, only increased by 50,000. Huh. He turned to look at the Greedy Wolf on the other side, and found that the other party hadn't transformed. It seemed that he was not allowed to participate in the battle. Fair enough. Otherwise, he is really struggling. 3 times the power of the beast is his current limit, and then he needs to use the armor. People from the outside world can see them fighting, and it's a little troublesome to use general armor rashly after all. It's better to use it or not. He now has the sword of 10,000 tribulations, but if it doesn't work, he will use the sword of 10,000 tribulations. Boy die. Kuei Lang stretched out his sharp claws and tore directly towards Jian Wushuang. The terrifying power shattered the sky. Several spatial cracks appeared instantly, and countless winds gathered. Jian Wushuang had nowhere to hide, so he could only resist. Crossed his hands on his chest, he just took it down. The flesh was torn innumerably, and his divine power began to decline. The gap is a bit big. 550,000 supernatural powers, battles 600,000 supernatural powers. It seems that the difference is only 50,000, but the actual difference is exactly double the combat power. Beast God Realm. Jian Wushuang, also began to explode. Kuei Lang in the realm felt his divine power, and was actually suppressed a little surprised. Kuei Lang, who was originally relatively arrogant, also began to be serious, and said to the men behind him, "You stop his back, and I will attack." Yes, the 5 masters of the universe in the 3 tribulations realm directly surrounded Jian Wushuang. Looking around, Jian Wushuang knew that this battle could only be fought hard. Then start with you. The red magical power on Jian Wushuang instantly disappeared, and his magical power was reduced to 400,000. The masters of the 3 tribulations realm universe surrounding Jian Wushuang were stunned. "You surrender now, and you will die too." Kuei Lang directly rushed up. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows twitched, but the aura on his body was the same as that of another person. Surrounded by blue aura, countless electric arcs erupted. The power of the origin is not violent, but flexible, and even more fierce. Song. Jian Wushuang directly drew out the sword of 10,000 tribulations, and his figure disappeared in the same place instantly, much faster than before. Kuei Lang missed a claw. Before he could react, Jian Wushuang had already arrived behind him. With his back facing each other, Jian Wushuang's mouth raised. "The strongest stay behind. It is more important to solve the master of these 3 tribulations realm first." The blue sword shadow of myriad tribulation sword filled the blood-red sky. "Die!" Jian Wushuang yelled. A sword swept across, and countless sword shadows flew out. The lord of the 3 tribulations realm cosmos surrounding him was instantly killed. The vitality in the body disappeared almost instantly. The outsiders who watched this battle couldn't help but take a breath. The sword of Jian Wushuang just now really surprised many people. This son absolutely mastered the origin of the universe, but has been suppressing the realm without breakthrough. Like which great priest? Many people exclaimed, "Ha! No matter how strong a great priest is, it is only comparable to the 3 tribulations realm." Jian Wushuang has surpassed the 3 tribulations realm regardless of his divine power or origin, and he can even kill the 4 tribulations realm. Many 7 tribulations realms' eyes also looked at Jian Wushuang. The sword Jian Wushuang just made was really too dazzling. The body of the emperor instantly killed 5 masters of the universe with 400,000 supernatural powers. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. The head teacher of the Gu Mu sect also narrowed his eyes. The more he looked at Jian Wushuang, the more familiar he became, and suddenly he thought of something. He had seen the blue breath. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Could it be that Lord Bobby D sent it? The palm teacher of the Gu Mu sect sank, but after thinking about it, Bobby D did not notify him in advance. It's a pity that he couldn't take the initiative to contact Bobby D. Otherwise, he would be able to verify. Emperor Bobby, if he really planned the Gu Mu sect, he would have no way. Now, in the Gu Mu sect, only the Shenmu King is in charge. The master of the 7 tribulations realm universe is not in Gu Mu continent at all. Even if there is the master of the 7 tribulations realm universe, it is useless. He has seen the strength of Qi Jiuxiao. It is much stronger than the master of the 8 tribulations realm universe, and it's useless for anyone to come. Not to mention the ancient Wood continent looking at the entire Guyu time and space. The advantage lies with Emperor Bobby. There is no right or wrong in his team. Let's take a look. The Gu Mu sect headmaster glanced around, watching the guidance of those strong men, and snorted in his heart. The Lord of the universe is only temporary. Dispersal is a lifetime. Infinite world. Jian Wushuang instantly killed the 5 masters of the universe after transforming. The Lord of the Universe, with 400,000 supernatural powers, can be killed without any difficulty at all. Chapter 58:09. The strongest opponent is Kuei Lang, the supernatural power of 600,000. For Jian Wushuang, there was still some pressure, although he has a lot of cards now. But it's not going to be used now. Wan Lu hadn't seen it, and even the infinite world hadn't even entered. He exposed his whole cards, and the gains outweighed the losses. If you can drag, you can drag, and if you can hide, you can hide. He is an emperor. There is no need to be a hero on this occasion. If he wants to show his face, when he enters Wan Lu, the entire Gumu continent will remember him. You don't think you can fight with me if you kill a few waste products. Kuei Lang's breath was shocked, and he took the sword from Jian Wushuang and said with a grim expression holding the blade, "I will let you see, look, the strongest secret method of the Sirius tribe. Can you still improve?" Jian Wu's color changed slightly, and he quickly drew out the sword of 10,000 tribulations, his figure constantly retreating. The greedy wolf next to him was also taken aback. Although the two of them came from the same secret realm, they were only familiar with their own secrets. The real trump card, let alone the same clan, would not be told by the couple. Kuei Lang clenched his fists with both hands, his breath exploded again, and his eyes were about to burst. Split the sky. Hum. The surrounding space began to collapse. With this trick, the momentum alone can tear the space apart. Really crack the sky. Kuei Lang's divine power has not changed, but his secret technique has changed. Jian Wushuang was also a little panicked. The universe master of the four tribulations realm was not as simple as he thought. With such strength, it already has the combat power of the five tribulations realm. But that is after all a threshold. Just like the limit of the emperor. It is said to be 100,000 supernatural powers, but there are still many arrogances capable of reaching 150,000 or even 200,000. The same is true for the Lord of the Universe. Kuei Lang's explosion is enough to match the Lord of the Universe in the five tribulations realm. If Jian Wushuang is too dazzling, it can also cause a lot of shock. Boy, it's over. Kuei Lang stretched out his hand with upturned, a force that swept the world, instantly razed the nearby mountains to the ground. Jian Wushuang relied on the beast wings to resist with difficulty. He knew that the other party hadn't really shot yet. What was just now is just an appetizer. This time, he was really big. But because of the outbreak of the opponent, he now also has a sense of war and is beginning to boil. Come on, let me see the real secrets of your Sirius tribe. Jian Wushuang shook his show robe, holding the sword of 10,000 tribulations upside down, and there was a look of resoluteness in his eyes. If you want to fight, then fight. Kuei Lang grinned, and a black power began to rise on his hands or claws. Lightion change. Kuei Lang opened his arms, and his whole body was plunged into black power, condensed with hay mist into one body, and rushed directly to Jian Wushuang. The speed is faster than ever. The passing space directly began to collapse. It has been able to destroy the space of the infinite world. If it is a strong person in the five tribulations realm, I am afraid it can destroy the infinite world. The wings behind Jian Wushuang shook, and he moved a distance from Kuei Lang, and he continued to use the shadow of myriad tribulations to pull with the opponent. But the fierce Jian could not shake the power of the opponent. In other words, his current original strength is not enough to break defenses. Starry Atlas. He didn't delay when he saw this situation, and directly displayed the Star Atlas. The huge picture concealed the sky. The sword of 10,000 tribulations also buzzed. A powerful starry sky power increased to Jian Wushuang's body. The first sword. Jian Wushuang raised his hand, and the sword shadow of the Wanjie sword turned into the sky, and a green sword shadow cut out from the Wanjian. The sword of life, a sword that was proud of. He didn't believe that the opponent could still block this sword. Kuei Lang didn't dodge in the face of this sudden real sword, but treated it as an ordinary sword shadow, raising his hand to block it. But when he touched this sword, the vitality in his body was crazily twisted, and then he was in awe of life. He began to shudder. Jian Wushuang saw that this sword was effective, so he took advantage of the situation and chopped out hundreds of swords again. The 100 Paths of Life sword completely drained the life force in Jian Wushuang's body. In the past, he would be exhausted with one sword, but now he has used 100 swords in a row to reach the limit. For him now, the power of life is more than enough, to the point that the power of death is too little. If you use the second sword Death of the Star Catalog, he can use 10 swords at most. And to restore the power of death, he also needs to reverse his life, which is extremely troublesome. But restoring life is much simpler. The power of all things can condense at any time. In just such a breathing time, he recovered a bit. 100 swords of life against Kuei Lang. Even if it can't kill the opponent, it can still cause Kuei Lang to be seriously injured. Seeing Kuei Lang resisting hard, Jian Wushuang thought that the other party was over. But the divine power of Kuei Lang's body has not weakened. Instead, life is constantly passing by. Get out of here. Kuei Lang was furiously haunted by the sword shadow of the Sword of Life, facing the subsequent Sword of Life. He broke out again. This time the divine power began to rise. An aura of horror exploded in an instant. Kuei Lang's divine power reached 680,000 in an instant. This scene not only shocked Jian Wushuang. Even the greedy wolf couldn't help but retreat, because he knew that now Kuei Lang would lose his reason if he used the secret method. The transformation of the Sirius tribe can be divided into two forms. One is the current form of Kuei Lang, which can increase divine power, but the flaw is that the character will become more and more angry and cannot be used for a long time. The second form is also an increase in power, and the increase in power will be more powerful. The flaws are also more terrifying. You will lose consciousness and enter a state of violentness. It will not stop until the divine power is exhausted and into deep sleep. Greedy Wolf knew that the current Kuei Lang was very violent because of his first transformation and his original character. This time he gave up everything and wanted Jian Wushuang to die. He didn't quite understand it. For a while, Jian Wushuang was clearly his subordinates who killed him at first. So why was Kuei Lang so angry? Then he thought of something and let it go. Kuei Lang's mother, who was once a saint of the Sirius tribe, ran away because of a powerhouse from the Yu Kingdom. I heard that he is still a clan patriarch in Yu country. That's why Kuei Lang faced the powerhouses of the Yu country, and he was extremely angry. Because of this incident, the clan has often left Kuei Lang, who was originally in the cold. Fortunately, behind Kuei Lang is getting stronger and stronger, so fewer people know about this. I don't dare to mention it again if I know it, because whoever mentions this matter will pay a great price. Kuei Lang covered his head with his claws and completely transformed himself into a brief torment. This is to obliterate his consciousness. Kuei Lang now had a trace of consciousness left. He shook his head madly, and his remaining consciousness made him look at Greed Wolf. Greed. Greedy Wolf, you don't forget. Promise. Kuei Lang's intermittent voice fell, and he was completely violent. Chapter 58:10. Jian Wushuang blinked and said to himself, I don't seem to have much hatred with you. Could it be that among the few people he killed just now, there was Kuei Lang's own father? Otherwise, it won't be so hard. When Greedy Wolf heard this, his eyes were dull, and he muttered to himself, Promise? It should be their natal oath made by the Sirius tribe that in the infinite world, the interests of the Sirius tribe are paramount. The two have only this friendship. I will keep my promise, and I will save you once if necessary. Greedy Wolf didn't cause evil intentions because of greed this time, but admired Quilon a little. He would never be so desperate. Unless the other party threatens his life, he wouldn't encounter such a critical thing, and if he encountered it, he would escape first before talking about it. Unlike Kuei Lang, he has to fight to death and life. Wow! The sound of howling wolves spread throughout the mountain range. Kuei Lang completely turned into his body, his limbs stepping on the mountain peak. Facing Jian Wushuang, he rushed forward without fear. The supernatural power of 680,000. That's not a joke. Even the Lord of the Universe in the 5 Tribulations realm would probably be at this level. Who can stand it? Bright sword. Although Jian Wushuang didn't have much confidence, he still wanted to try. 2 swords sliding cut. So far, the strongest 2 swords. Show it together. The figure is like a sword shadow moving, passing through Kuei Lang's body. But the other party has nothing at all. The divine power has not diminished, not an opponent at all. Then I can only go. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Originally, his fighting spirit was hooked out, but it was discovered that the opponent was an unconscious beast, and it didn't mean much to fight. It's a waste of time. Go. Putting the sword of 10,000 tribulations back into the scabbard, the blue aura on his body boiled again, directly reaching the deep blue state. Can't beat, he can't hide. He had studied the ability to escape from Qishan Temple and understood it, from being looted by King White for the first time, to the army of gods later. He was caught every time. He will get rid of it later. The strongest secret method is always used to save life. Finding that Jian Wushuang wanted to escape, Greedy Wolf couldn't stand still at this time, and he was a little sorry for Kualong if he didn't make a move at this time. Want to leave? The soft armor burst on Greed Wolf, and his body shape was directly transformed into the first form. Divine power also came to 550,000. He wanted to stop Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't treat him as a human at all. One thought of the universe. The elliptical universe descended instantly. It directly encompasses half of the mountain range. The wings behind Jian Wushuang are even more integrated with Nian universe. 3 shocks in the universe. His wings shook, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Greedy Wolf threw a claw into the air, not to mention Jian Wushuang's figure. Even Jian Wushuang's breath could not be felt. How can this be? He looked up at the sky and felt the power had changed. Completely stunned. That is the embryonic form of the universe. The most famous of Gumu continent is the kingdom of gods built by flame gods. Although it is a special life, there is no original universe. But he was stunned that he had built a universe no less than the Lord of the Universe. In the universe of the flame gods, he can burst out the top combat power of the 8 Tribulations realm. It's just that the universe can't be carried with me, just like the ordinary master of the universe. But this is enough for special beings. There is no supreme calamity of the universe, just the amount of calamity of the divine body. You can drag it for as long as you want. Those who can accommodate their own original universe are the real masters of the 8 Tribulations realm universe. Ku Jian Wushuang's current universe is said to be a rudimentary form, but the origin is stronger than the Wolf Greedy origin universe. Even those who were watching this battle were boiling over. Seeing Jian Wushuang's thought of the universe, I thought of the prototype of the universe built by the flame gods. But the prototype universe of the flame gods cannot be accommodated. Jian Wushuang, an emperor, could actually accommodate the universe. Although it's just a rudimentary form, it's scary enough. Building the rudimentary universe is nothing to Jian Wushuang. The strong who watched the battle also thought Jian Wushuang had that ability, but being able to accommodate the universe is a bit outrageous. Many people have already begun to look at Jian Wushuang. Accept the universe? How did you do it? This is a big problem. If there is a method, it is enough to change the current situation. Yugua's son-in-law? Interesting. After the sacred meeting is over, be sure to draw this child together and ask about ways to accommodate the universe. The robbers without the universe have no much interest in accepting the universe. But those masters of the six tribulations realm universe need this kind of method. If you can accommodate the universe and explore the mystery of time and space, you can also bring the original universe, and your combat power will be raised to a level. The six tribulations realm will be able to go to the secret realms where the seven tribulations realm powerhouse breaks. The treasures and upgrades obtained have changed qualitatively. Connecting He Jianxian is tempted. He and Jian Wushuang still have some friendship, but this friendship is far worse than that of accepting universe. Even if it's a real dad, you have to ask, infinite world. Jian Wushuang took a few breaths, used tens of thousands of times to shake the universe, and left the mountain directly, completely reached the infinite world. At this moment, he didn't know that he had caused a great shock after he exerted a thought on the universe. Otherwise, he would definitely not be exposed at this time. This is also Kuei Lang's good luck. Jian Wushuang can also behead the opponent if he can only fight without fleeing. Once the general armor is used, he can use 5 times the power of the beast god, and his divine power can be increased to 650,000. Coupled with the 700,000 supernatural power in the jade pot of the ancient temple, strangling Kuei Lang is too simple. After receiving a thought of the universe, he just came out of the mountain range when he happened to meet the Li family patriarch sent by the Empress. Wu Li is also here. Elder Mu Chen had already gone to the assembly place to recuperate because of the serious injury. Jian Wushuang, you really escaped. The Li family patriarch was a little surprised. He knows the secrets of the Sirius tribe very well, calm because his Taoist companion is the sage of the Sirius tribe. According to his seniority, Kuei Lang would call him a godfather. It's a pity that this unfilial son doesn't even recognize his mother. If Jian Wushuang knew that the other party had this relationship with Kuei Lang, he would probably swear. The juniors have some opinions on speed, and most people can't catch up. Jian Wushuang said modestly, to put it nicely, there are some achievements in speed. The uglier point is to escape quickly. The patriarch of the Li family exclaimed, the Wushuang nephew is humble, and the speed is also a great power. This time you can fight against the 2 4 tribulations universe masters. After you go out, you will definitely be famous. Many 7 tribulations are great. Those who are able are still watching. This is true, but Jian Wushuang didn't care about it. Underscore. Chapter 58:11. This time, after he goes out, it is normal that all parties will hunt down and kill him. Okay, let's go. Many teams have already set out to enter the infinite world. We are the slowest group. Jian Wushuang nodded, keeping up with the opponent's speed, and moving towards the assembly point with all his strength. In any case, they are not the slowest. There are strong men from the Sirius clan waiting for them, but after reaching the assembly point, Jian Wushuang knew that the powerhouse of the Sirius tribe had already set off. In other words, the people in the Sirius secret realm took the initiative to give up Kuei Lang and Greed Wolf. It is estimated that Greedy Wolf sent the news back to the clan. The strongest combat power in the 4 tribulations realm has been abolished, and there is no need to wait any longer. Although the Greedy Wolf is still there. But using the talent secret method, it will not recover for a while. Can only be discarded. These abandoned strong will be judged as a failure and will be sent away. Assemble the camp. It's just a small town temporarily built around an ancient teleportation formation. There are not many strong players at this time. Jian Wushuang followed the Li family patriarch into a compound, and the empress had been waiting for a long time. Elder Mu Chen also returned to his peak state. Now that everyone is here, let's go. The empress has already seen the advance map of the Arctic ice sheet. This time, what she waited for was valuable. Even if it is behind other teams now, latecomers can still catch up. Jian Wushuang just took a breath and once again followed the empress in the teleportation formation, truly entering the periphery of the infinite world. Only this time, the empress took the seat herself. No need for him to fight against the banner. Their luck was also better, and they were transported to an ancient river. Although there are many wild animals in Hanoi, fortunately, this place is not an ancient relic. There is not much hindrance. Even if it encounters a desolate beast with a supernatural power of 500,000, the female emperor can kill it at will, almost equal to air. The female emperor even took out an ancient ship. Everyone was riding on the ancient ship. For 100 days, the line has reached the depths of the periphery. At this speed, I am afraid it can be ranked in the top 3. After walking for a while, they will be able to reach the inner circumference of the infinite world. That is the most central location. Jian Wushuang was also recovering the loss of life force in these days. Finally took a breath, very comfortable sitting on the deck and drinking tea. The 4 Tribulation Realm powerhouses take turns to monitor the surroundings. The Lord of the 3 Tribulations Realm will also patrol the ancient ship. Only the Emperor is the easiest. The 4 Emperors had almost nothing to do except for Jian Wushuang. They were resting in the cabin. At this moment, there is no mood for cultivation. Not only are they on their way, they are still waiting for news. The assessment of the congregation is not just as simple as passing the infinite world. They have to accept many tasks. After completing the task, you will get some special treasures, which can only be used by the candidate saint. Once the candidates for the 4 saints are selected, then the special treasures obtained by other teams are useless. At this time, the candidates of the 4 saints will spare no room to buy these special treasures. It can also be considered to make up for the teams that were not selected. This is also a big receipt. But after so long, the Gumu faction has not assigned them a task. I don't know if it was their bad luck, they didn't get it, or other reasons. But even so, they also have a lead. With the advance map, the upper points marked the route of the treasure house, and many treasures can also be obtained. Therefore, the Empress has not been anxious about the task, but just rushes. Enter the Arctic ice sheet early. Where is the place to fight? On the deck. The Empress stood at the bow of the ship. After the elder Mu Chun made a round of inspections, he went to report the situation on both sides of the ancient river to the Empress, and then retreated. Wushuang nephew, it's better for you to relax. Mu Chen came to the table and was not polite. He just sat down and poured tea by himself. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said, "Where is there any easy time? The last war left a lot of hidden dangers, and now it has just recovered to its peak. That's right, I have to thank you last time. If it weren't for you, I might have fallen." Elder Mu Chen picked up the teacup and drank a cup of tea instead of wine with Jian Wushuang. The two had just chatted a few words, but the ancient ship began to shake. Elder Mu Chen's complexion instantly pulled down. That flood dragon, how come back suddenly? After Elder Mu Chen felt the breath, his complexion changed drastically. Jian Wushuang said in amazement. Jiaolong? Is there a flood dragon in this river? He doesn't know anything. Elder Mu Chen also discovered the Jiaolong when he was patrolling the two banks of the ancient river. However, according to his calculation, the flood dragon should have gone ashore to lay dragon eggs. Why did you come back suddenly? Being able to make Elder Mu Chen so surprised. From the bottom of his heart, Jian Wushuang deduced from that breath that it was at least the combat power of the Five Tribulations realm. Divine power is no less than 600,000. This bit of combat power for the Empress shouldn't be a big deal. And he saw that the Empress was still standing at the bow of the ship so calmly, there shouldn't be a big problem. Jian Wushuang stood up, looked down at the turbulent lake, but also wanted to see how powerful the flood dragon was. At this moment, Wu Li rushed out of the cabin, and when Jian Wushuang was still looking down at the river, he quickly transmitted his voice. Be careful, your Majesty's deity is not on the ancient ship. The dragon is a big trouble. What? Jian Wushuang looked at the back of the Empress with an incredible expression. Then he looked at Wu Li again, shocked at first, and then there were some strange colors in his eyes. The deity of the Empress is not in the ancient ship. In other words, the Empress standing at the bow of the ship is just a clone. But he didn't know from beginning to end. He didn't even know Wu Li actually knew. This is very strange. But now is not the time to think about this. It is important to protect yourself first. Patriarch Li, you first stabilize the ancient ship, and the rest will enter the cabin. Elder Mu Chen, regardless of the female emperor's clone, began to order everyone. Patriarch Li, who also understood at this time, screamed inwardly, but he still complied. Now that everyone is in the same boat, the Empress did not say a word, and the deity left without saying a word in advance. It's really unreasonable, and it seemed that there was only one master of the universe in the Four Tribulations realm. The rest of the people went out with the Empress. Jian Wushuang followed Wu Li directly into the cabin, not caring about outside matters. The sky is falling, and the tall man is holding it. This time, he would not rush forward stupidly. After entering the cabin, Jian Wushuang dared to transmit a voice to Wu Li. From the other side, I learned the whereabouts of the Empress. Steal the dragon egg. Special mission? Jian Wushuang said carefully. Wu Li nodded. Whose task? 9 tigers. Underscore. Chapter 58:12. Hearing this name, Jian Wushuang could understand why Wu Li would know that the Empress left a clone. The luck of their previous team was too bad. First, Jin Chun received a special task. Then there was 9 tigers again. This time the qualification token sent by the royal family is really a blood gain. The mission of a few stars actually made your Majesty's deity dispatch, and also brought several Four Tribulations realm powerhouses. Jian Wushuang asked curiously. Wu Li shook his head. He really didn't know this. However, the Empress would have to take so many people to go. I'm afraid it would be a special mission of at least 4 stars. Before Juhu left, he only told him about this matter, and didn't say anything else. At this critical time, Wu Li didn't dare to ask too much. It seems that this time is firmly in the top 4. Wu Li smiled slightly and nodded. The female emperor was able to enter the top 4, and the 2 of them were the happiest. In this way, he will be able to approach Wanlu Shenmu. Wait first. Everyone in the cabin still didn't know what had happened, but there was a huge wave on the Furukawa River. The dragon egg was stolen. No wonder the dragon was so angry. This is just the beginning. They can only pin their hopes on the Empress. Originally, Jian Wushuang felt that the flood dragon had only 600,000 supernatural powers. At present, it seems that he underestimated this dragon. Just finished laying eggs can still be so strong. I am afraid that at the peak period, he has already had a half-step battle strength in the Six Tribulations realm. Even when the female emperor went to steal the dragon egg, she would have to take a few Four Tribulations realm powerhouses. Obviously, she didn't have much confidence. Boom! The ancient ship shook again. There seemed to be something at the bottom of the ancient ship. The entire ancient ship almost capsized. The head of the Leaf family, who maintained the ancient ship, looked embarrassed. He can't hold it anymore. The dragon burned its essence and blood and was about to destroy the ancient ship. A few more collisions will cause the ancient ship to fall apart. Without the support of the ancient ship, he would have to flee for his life by then, let alone other people. The female emperor was too late to return, so he could only tell Wu Li through a voice message that it would not last long, and he was ready to flee at any time. Your Majesty, you have to hurry up. Elder Mu Chen gritted his teeth, preparing to make the final decision. Jian Wushuang leaned his back against the wall, looking at the painful look of Elder Dao Mukin, a little strange in his heart. If the ancient boat can't hold it, just run away separately. No need to entangle. The master of the Three Tribulations realm universe in the cabin was originally cannon fodder, and his only role was to try his luck as a tool man to take on tasks. Even if it fell, Elder Mu Chen didn't need to be so entangled. Only a few of these masters of the universe are members of the royal family, more of the ancestors of those family powers. Once you fall, not only will you be over, but the family will also be over. Originally, it is to seek wealth and wealth, but no one can blame others. Taoist Wushuang, let's run away together in a while, so there may be a response. Wu Li calmly transmitted to Jian Wushuang at this time. He is the one who can see most clearly. I know it won't last long, and the Empress won't be able to come back for a while. That Jilong's lair is actually not far from here. With the speed of the Empress, he was able to rush back soon. As for why not come back to rescue them, I'm afraid it's because of the task that I can't come back. In other words, this dragon was deliberately released by the Empress and the others in order to complete the task, sacrifice them to lead away the dragon. That's why Elder Mu Chen's complexion was so embarrassing. But in order for Vietnam to be able to take another step, at this time, they can only be sacrificed. Escape. Jian Wu's double-faced movement made him feel the ancient ship falling apart. First, the sound was transmitted to Wu Li, and then with one claw, the Princess Jin Chen was directly pulled over. But when he pulled it over, he realized that the other party was also a clone. Jian Wushuang cursed secretly, ignoring the others, and broke open the cabin, looked up, and then rushed towards the huge wave ahead. Wu Li also followed behind him. Wait for the old man. Elder Mu Chen knew that Jian Wushuang's strength was extraordinary, perhaps even stronger than the Li family's patriarch, so he planned to flee with Jian Wushuang for the first time. But other people don't have any direction. Scattered around, I didn't know where to escape. Seeing that there was no hope, the patriarch of the Li family led a strong man in the clan and rushed towards Jian Wushuang. At this moment, they can only face the huge waves and flee forward. Jian Wushuang took the lead and plunged into the huge waves. There was already a thunderstorm in the sky, and there was no way to go. Can only start from the river low, but the dragon is also at the bottom of the river. After the ancient ship burst and broke apart, many of the masters of the universe, before they fled in all directions, were chopped into blue smoke by the thunderstorm field cast by the dragon. More than 20 masters of the universe, most of them died at once. Especially the other two emperors died, tragically. No one is going to save it. The key cannot be saved. Jian Wushuang took the lead to escape and sneaked into the bottom of Guha with Jin Chen. Because the response was relatively timely, he was not attacked by that dragon. Behind him, Wu Li and elder Mu Chen ran faster than Patriarch Li. None of them are fools, knowing the power of them. Anyone who dares to fight hard at this time will be fatal. The Empress can still fight. Even if there are several four tribulations, realm cosmos masters joining forces, there is a possibility of a battle. However, it is not enough to have only one Li family patriarch who is unwilling to contribute. Jian Wushuang could see which Li family patriarch was very vigorous, and his divine power was not low, and he could still maintain the ancient ship if he really had to work hard. But as the head of the family, the opponent is not fighting alone. If he falls, the Li family will be abolished. The so-called top 10 families in Vietnam are actually very weak. Like the Li family, although the master of the universe had been out of the six tribulations realm, that ancestor had already fallen. And now there are only 2 5 tribulations scattered within the family. As the strongest combat power in the family, how dare he go desperately? There are other clan chiefs who have already fallen, and their clan will also fall. It is impossible to maintain a clan by looting the strong. Jian Wushuang naturally knew this, and he didn't complain about anyone in his heart. I just feel that what the Empress did this time is a bit too much. To complete special tasks, no problem. It's okay if you don't tell them why. For confidentiality, calm for security. Can understand. But what's going on to bring Xiaolong here? Tune the tiger away from the mountain? Reluctant to bear children, can't catch wolves? This is really cheating one's own child. Princess Jinshin is still on the ancient ship. At this time, following Jian Wushuang, he was still confused, not knowing what happened. Can only follow Jian Wushuang to escape without a clue. Family? Jian Wushuang shook his head, and what was even more ridiculous was the so-called glory. The glory of the family is tied to your strength. You have no strength. In the strongest family, you are also an ant, and you may be given up at any time. It is better to fight alone, without worry. Underscore. Chapter 58:13. Only in this way can we become the strongest. No wonder the Lord Yunji has become the master of the universe of the 7 tribulations, and the female emperor is still the lord of the 5 tribulations. This is the pattern. Before becoming the lord of the universe of the 7 tribulations realm, or after becoming the lord of the universe of the 7 tribulations realm, the Lord Yunji did not intervene in the affairs of the daughter kingdom. It's all about practicing by one person, and the position of the country's lord is a decoration. She doesn't care about power or reputation. Practicing with one heart in exchange for such an achievement. There is also the master of the 7 tribulations realm universe from the Gumu sect. Even such a big event as the holy meeting did not show up. It has been running around in Outland very low-key, which head teacher is very high profile, because it is just a robbery. There is no room for improvement. Only the pursuit of power is left. However, he also met Bobby D, and now he is a puppet. It's ridiculous. There is no shortcut to becoming stronger. Jian Wushuang always felt that way. If you want to be strong, you must be absolutely strong and work hard. If you don't work hard, just think of some crooked ideas, and you will have to return it sooner or later. Looking down at the confused Jin Chun, he suddenly felt that the other party was very pitiful. Although he has a solid background, he does not have his own freedom, forced to marry someone who doesn't like it. Now, he is still used as a by his mother. Mu Chun, a big idiot, also deliberately kept the word from him. This is where Jian Wushuang is most angry. So when he ran away, he didn't pay attention to each other. This kind of life-related matter should be notified in advance. Now fled without a clue. I don't know where to go. The bottom of this ancient river is just like a continent. There are countless ethnic groups. Wild beasts are rampant. The sky is blocked by thunderstorms. They sneak into the bottom of the river. They will also encounter the same powerful beast. He can only restrain his breath and dive continuously. Where are we going? Jinchen looked around at the beautiful scene of the river bottom. The more beautiful things are, the hidden ones are often dangerous. Jian Wushuang pulled Jinchen behind him and said loudly, "Be careful." A red tentacle sprang out from the water plants, and there was a certain toxin on the top. If the emperor was infected, he would die instantly. The sharp tentacles pierced towards Jian Wushuang's chest. Jian Wushuang shouted angrily, raised the arm of the candle dragon, and directly threw away the attack of the tentacle with one hand. Pulling Jinchen, instead of going deep into the bottom of the river, he began to flee towards the chaotic world ahead. Now is not the time to stop. The flood dragon will catch up at any time. There are other desolate beasts here. Once they fight against each other, they will be dragged. He took Jinchen while running away and did not forget to remind Wu Li. The tentacle that I just encountered is definitely a desolate beast of the four tribulations realm level. Wu Li can't die. As for the life and death of Elder Mu Chun and others, he couldn't control it. When Wu Li heard the transmission, he was startled, and his speed increased again. The danger of this congregation exceeded his expectations. Originally thought that his strength could be ranked in the middle no matter what, life-saving was not a problem. As a result, when he came to the infinite world, whether it was the special life he encountered at the beginning or the powerhouse of the Sirius tribe, he was not an opponent, almost exposed his whole cards several times. His trump card is different from Jian Wushuang. Once exposed, I am afraid that the outsiders will be unable to sit still, and the Gumu faction will make an exception and enter the infinite world to hunt him down. Therefore, it cannot be used when it is not a last resort. Now, he only needs to follow Jian Wushuang. He still recognizes Jian Wushuang's strength. Apart from the female emperor, Jian Wushuang's strength is definitely the strongest, even more powerful than the Lord of the Four Tribulations realm universe. This is what the mysterious person in his body told him. As long as you follow Jian Wushuang, you have the hope of saving your life. After looking for Jian Wushuang, he didn't care about anything else, so he just followed. After arriving at the pile of rocks, Jian Wushuang hesitated, but plunged in. These stones are extremely large, and the gaps are not small. After entering, it is more like a maze. The stone should have fallen from the mountains on both sides of the ancient river, and it was indeed able to block a lot of huge beasts at the bottom of the river. He entered with the front foot, and Wu Li followed. Those who were able to escape from behind were all headless flies. Seeing Jian Wushuang entering, they all rushed over. But there are not many people alive. The Li family patriarch, with the remaining 4 masters of the universe, plus Jian Wushuang and others, only 9 people remained. Suddenly lost half of the manpower. This blow is still quite big. After entering the pile of rocks, Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. In a natural stalactite cave, he stopped his figure. This is the inside of a boulder. There is no water inside. The surroundings are extremely smooth, and there are still drops of water dripping from the upper part. Wow! Jian Wushuang just stood firm. The water inside the boulder was broken open one after another, and several figures rushed in. Although he runs fast, the people behind are not slow. Because Jian Wushuang still wanted to escape in that direction, the people behind would just follow him, and he didn't need to use his brain. Now, it seems that it is indeed the right person. When I ran here, I shouldn't encounter that dragon. A pile of rocks is not a pile of ordinary rocks. It's more like countless mountains piled up together. It wasn't that easy for the dragon to break open. Brother Mu Chun, you should explain what's the matter. The patriarch of the Li family stared at Mu Chun with a gloomy expression. If it weren't for the special place, he could be watched by outsiders. He would look like killed Mu Chun. Although the Li patriarch is angry, his emotions can still control the Lord. After all, this time, none of them died. His people were brought out by him. But the luck of other strong people is not so good. Home, the third family of the Yu Kingdom. Although there is no master of the universe of the Four-Horizon Realm, there are 4 masters of the universe of the Three-Horizon Realm. This time, the holy meeting, 3 of the 4 kings of the family came. The result just fell 2 people. The second son of the Jiang family, Jian Jin, was furious at this time. Mu Chun, do you know that this time my eldest brother and the 4th brother were killed? Why didn't you die? Directly rushing forward, pulled elder Mu Chun by the collar, his eyes could kill. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang sneered in his heart and didn't mean to step forward to help. This is what Mu Chun deserves. Don't say it earlier. Having said that, so many people will not die. Speak earlier. If we run away together, at least a few will die. It's fine now. It's half dead at once. The remaining people can only live in this stalactite cave. Jianjin, don't forget the promise. You came to the holy meeting to assist your majesty. You thought you would kill the family. Mu Chun was still stubborn and pushed aside Jiang Jun. In fact, he himself felt that the empress did a little too much this time. It chilled everyone's hearts. Chapter 58:14. Since ancient times, emperors are the most ruthless. In the eyes of the empress, it is best if the family power is dead and clean. Only then will the imperial power be stable. But after all, Mu Chun was just an idle prince, and he was still the elder of the 7-star sect. His heart hadn't become that ruthless yet. The surface is hard, and the bottom of my heart is also a bit sad. Brotherly Sheng, this is the end of the matter. It is not a matter of decision-making. I didn't expect that the dragon would suddenly attack the ancient ship. His Majesty didn't tell everyone before he left. There is also a hidden secret. Elder Mu Chun reluctantly explained. But the Li family patriarch could not be so foolish, and he replied coldly, after so many people have died, "This is the end of your frivolity?" At this time, the master of the 3 tribulations realm universe at Qinyan Gate was not standing on Mu Chen's side. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang also pulled Jin Chun to move his position. Wu Li had been hiding far away, not going to pick up Li Mukin. For a time, Mu Chun was isolated by everyone. Although there is no way to shoot directly, but they can't always hide here. When they go out and continue to escape, someone will have to lead the way. Some threats also need someone to resist. Mu Chen's hard-mouthed energy was gone, and he sighed. Everyone haven't entered the inner circle yet. We can't fight inwardly. Mu Chun, we don't make it difficult for you. Since it is your Majesty's intention, then you will take us to find your Majesty, meet with your Majesty, and then continue on the road. What do you think? Li Sheng spread his hands and seemed to say something. When it was opened, it actually made things difficult for Mu Chun. Go to the Empress? Where can I find it? Mu Chun obviously didn't know. Dear friends, what was our original intention? Mu Chun began to open the topic, and then said, "We are for the glory of the country. Your Majesty's action is extremely critical. What we have to do at this time is to support the benefits of being a saint. I am afraid I don't need to say more about it." When Jiang Zhen on the side heard it, he couldn't help but sneered. The advantage of what you said is that your royal family will take it first. I won't say much about it, but you can let us back it up. What's the explanation? Opportunity. You always have to sacrifice a few people. You are not alive. And well, since you are still alive, then you have to continue to fight. Mu Chun wanted to vaguely pass, but the words rushed. The more he said it, the more outrageous he said. The corners of his eyes throbbed, And he cursed, "Then why don't you die?" Seeing that everyone was too arguing, Princess Jean Chun stood up. "Seniors, can you listen to me?" Jean Chun had Poland in his eyes, staring at everyone. Jian Wushuang wanted to stop, but couldn't stop it. She came out and mixed up in this way. It would only make people hostile. It's better not to say. This matter was originally Mu Chen's problem. It's better to let Mu Chun stand alone. As long as the Empress returns, all problems will become no problems. Do these people dare to question the Empress? Now Jean Chun stood up, and when he got mixed up, everyone's eyes were on her. "Don't you say that I have forgotten both of you." Jiang Zhen turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang and did not respond to Jean Chun. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart, causing trouble. If he hadn't known Jean Chen's character, he would probably wonder if this fool was trying to calculate him. Jiang Zhen pointed to Jian Wushuang and said, "When you first fled, you were the only one who ran the fastest, and you came directly to this pile of rocks. You should have known this in advance, right?" As soon as this remark came out, Li Sheng also looked over. Mu Chen shut up at this time and was dead, not talking. "Uncle Jiang, I don't even know about the attack. Don't tell me." Jean Chen was interrupted by Jiang Zhen before he finished speaking. Jiang Zhen shouted, "You little girl, you don't have the qualifications to speak here. Give me an explanation today. Don't blame me for turning my face and not acknowledging people." He didn't dare to attack Mu Chen. He still didn't dare to attack Jian Wushuang. Today, if they didn't do something, wouldn't they really become cannon fodder? Later, let the royal family oppress. Enough. Jian Wushuang saw that the fire was about to burn himself, so he could only stand up and preside over the overall situation. His breath shook, and a dark energy burst out directly. The space here was small, and the divine power burst out for a short time, directly shaking everyone back for a few steps. The red divine power surrounds Jian Wushuang's body, and the mark of the beast on the eyebrows becomes more and more dazzling. "If you want to explain, you can ask your majesty. What is the result of the quarrel now?" His voice was extremely strong, and everyone's chest was dull. Jiang Zhen had heard about Jian Wushuang's strength a long time ago, but he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Now that Jian Wushuang's strength is stronger than Li Sheng, he just swallowed it if he wanted to say it. Seeing that Jiang Zhen was not speaking, Jian Wushuang looked at Li Sheng again, his eyes flickering, and his killing intent rose. Standing in place, Li Sheng felt the threat from Jian Wushuang. He could feel that if there was more nonsense, Jian Wushuang would definitely do it. At the moment, it is still important to save their lives. I originally wanted to use this matter to pursue the matter of the royal family. Now it seems that the female emperor is not there, and Jian Wushuang is an emperor, which can also shock them. Okay, since it's all right, then listen to me. Jian Wushuang took the power of the beast god, found a stone at random, sat down, and said calmly, "The most important thing for us now is to reunite with your majesty. There are countless desolate beasts in Guanay, and there are many at the Four Tribulations realm level, which is definitely not something we can pass." Mu Chen watched Jian Wushuang, General Li Sheng, and General Jin settled, and raised his throat at this time, and said, "Wushuang's sage nephew is right. Meeting with your majesty is a big deal. I know you haven't said where you're going down." Jian Wushuang didn't give the other side a good face this time, and just abandoned him just now. In addition to hiding his majesty's trace on the ancient ship, even he was deceived. This matter, he hasn't settled the account with the other party yet. Li Sheng and Jiang Zhen found that Jian Wushuang and Mu Chen seemed to be at odds. For a while, they didn't know if they were pretending to be garlic or whether they were real. If it is true, then the truth may be known to Mu Chen alone. "I have tried it. There is no way to contact the mother," Jean Chen said anxiously. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. Even my daughter could not be reached. How can I find it? Jian Wushuang knew that the Empress must be completing a special task, and it is normal if he can't contact him now. They can only wait here. When the Empress completes the special task, she will definitely come back to look for them. It's just this time. I don't know how long it will take. He had only used a stick of incense to complete the task of the Emperor. If it weren't for the troublesome task, a simple fight might not take a stick of incense. And it's a 5-star mission. Even if the mission that Juhu gets is 4 stars at the cosmic level, it will probably take a long time. In addition, the Empress deliberately led away the dragon. The task is certainly not simple. Chapter 58:15. The time required may be as short as a few days, or as long as 100 years. For 100 years, Jian Wushuang could not afford to wait. 100 years in the outside world is not time. But here, how many wild beasts have to be encountered in 100 years? The stalactite cave here is not absolutely safe. In case of an attack by wild beasts, they would have to flee like a headless fly. And the dragon is still staring at them. They may be found at any time. In the past, he felt that facing the 5 tribulations realm could be a battle. But the infinite world, whether it is the Lord of the universe or these wild beasts, it's not easy. And the whole cards are not only his own. Others have. There are also wild beasts. It is no longer possible to judge the strength of the opponent with normality. Just like Kuei Lang, he thought that the other party had 600,000 yuan in the sky. In the end, at the cost of losing his mind, 680,000 divine powers exploded. This was only a cosmic master in the 4 tribulations realm, not to mention the Lord of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm. Even the top 5 tribulations realm Cosmos Master has 600,000 guaranteed divine powers, and it can exceed 700,000 in any burst. Just talk about the dragon. Although there is no original universe, the power of blood is extremely powerful, and it is likely to be the descendant of a certain true dragon. Even the Empress was afraid to lead the other party away. Just these few smelly fish and shrimps are really going to be caught by Jiaolong Dingshan. I'm afraid. I don't know how to die. This place is still too close to the place where the ancient ship was destroyed. Moreover, the aura of their human race powerhouses is very conspicuous at the bottom of the ancient river. The bottom of the river is full of the aura of wild beasts. No matter how well they hide, they will be discovered. Jian Wushuang was so sure that he could cross the sea without telling the truth, but other people couldn't do it. Rather than just wait and die, they should take the initiative to attack. This is his idea, the super-secret method of changing Tao. Jian Wushuang began to figure it out in his heart. The others don't care. At least they must keep Wu Li, and then Jin Chen. He promised the Lord Yunji to protect her. This time is the opportunity to pay back the favor. Although Wu Li's importance is higher, the other party also has a lot of secrets. He can feel Wu Li's vitality. Since entering the infinite world, he has become more and more prosperous. That power does not belong to him. This is someone else's secret, and he can't ask more. He can only take precautions before they happen. Yin-yang conversion pill. After a long silence, he said a name. That is a secret method of changing Tao, which exists in the legend of Morwa time and space. He heard from the inheritance of the first true king. His change is also due to the evolution of the 3 kings. It's just that he made a slight improvement and became an eternal change. Now he wants to reverse the change of Tao, transform the yin and yang into a kind of pill. As long as you refine the yin-yang transformation pill, you can allow others to cover up the aura of your own human race, able to muddle through at the bottom of the river. It's just that he needs some time. It was originally the secret method in the legend of Change Dao, and it would take some time for him to learn it. It is even more necessary to reverse the secret method and become a pill. Follow-up will be refined into a pill. It takes a period of time. It will take 10 days at the earliest. If the Empress replies in 10 days, it is naturally best. Just think he was planning ahead. If it is the Empress, there is still no news. Then refine the conversion pill, and everyone will become a monster. Only in this way can life be saved. Jian Wushuang told the whole story. He doesn't care if these people object or have any opinions. Anyway, he was not prepared to refine it for these people. Conversion, Dan? Li Sheng frowned and asked carefully, Wu Shuang Taoist fellow, if this is a conversion, can I switch it back again? Become a monster. This makes many people unacceptable. Jian Wushuang didn't conceal it and directly replied, the possibility is very small, but even if you transform into a monster race, your original universe will not change. Maybe your divine power will increase due to this. How sure are you? Li Sheng gritted his teeth as if he had made some decisions. Compared with his own life, it doesn't matter if he becomes a monster. Anyway, the strength will not change. Less than 30%. Jian Wushuang stretched out 3 fingers and then said, I still need a lot of materials for wild beasts. It must be ancient wild beasts, the best in the 4 tribulations realm. Dan Feng hadn't figured it out yet. He had already arranged the task of materials first. After hearing the earthquake, he was surprised. Only 30%. Humph! This 30% depends on whether the waste beast material is qualified or not. If the material is too bad, there is no hope of 30%. I need time to prepare the pill now. You only have 10 days. If you don't have enough materials, then the catastrophe is over. Jian Wushuang said half threateningly, not to blame for his ruthlessness. It is really limited. There is also Muchen, a big pit product. If he told him earlier that the Empress had an action, he would be able to prepare in advance. Wu Li also had a problem. The Empress ran away without telling him. Those people who are left behind now can only save themselves. I will think of a way for materials matters. Li Sheng finally compromised. There are 2 descendants of the family behind him. That is the hope of the family. Turning his head and glanced at the 2 younger juniors who were still a little bit behind him, Li Sheng's conversation changed. And then he said, I don't have enough materials, and I need other people to cooperate. This is natural, except Princess Jinshan. You choose whatever you want. Jian Wushuang looked very generous, and with a wave of his hand, he gave power to Li Sheng. Li Sheng glanced at the others, and finally said, Wu Li, Mu Chen, Jiang Zhen, and this fellow Qinjiaman Taoist, come with me. The remaining 4 people, apart from Jian Wushuang and Jin Chen, are the 2-3 tribulation realm universe masters of the Li family. Hearing that the ancestor did not take them, the 2 younger generations of the Li family, a man and a woman, couldn't help taking a step forward, but they couldn't say what they said. The 2 have been protected too well in the past. There is no danger in the country of you. During the emperor's period, the emperor went to the outside world, and there was also the protection of the family's scattered robbers. Now, facing absolute suppression, there is no confidence. Both of them have less than 400,000 divine powers, and their life-saving ability at the bottom of the Furukawa River is too weak. If you go out, I'm afraid you won't live for 3 days. Li Sheng turned his head and glanced at the 2 of them. There was a rare gentleness in his eyes, and he said calmly, Don't worry, you are here to protect the Taoist Wushuang. Everything will listen to Taoist Wushuang. This sentence is very level. In Jian Wushuang's view, the remaining 2 universe masters are not as good as the shrimp soldiers and crabs at the bottom of the river, and staying behind is also a burden. Originally, I wanted to take advantage of this time to find materials so that people would have less hands. In this way, he can take these people with him, delay time together, and wait for the Empress. The infinite world is a huge Colosseum. Underscore. Chapter 58:16. It is not only necessary to fight against all forces, but also to fight against the local powerhouses in the infinite world, those wild beasts' special lives, and even some relics and forbidden areas. All are in great danger. It is in such a world that if they want to be in the forefront, they need to fight. Those who are weak will give up decisively once they encounter danger. Bringing the emperor is to gather the number of people. If you are lucky, you can receive the task. For example, Jin Chen received a 5-star mission. Even if it fell this time, it didn't hurt. Although Jian Wushuang didn't agree with him from the bottom of his heart, he had to accept it in the face of reality. Even he himself acquiesced, and even accepted this rule of survival of the fittest. No one wants to be involved. All want to be chic. Well, you'd better kill 3 ancient desolate beasts at the Four Tribulation realm level, or 100 ancient desolate beasts at the Three Tribulation realm level within 10 days. The materials needed for the conversion pill must be all. Don't even let go of the fur. Jian Wushuang actually didn't know Danfeng himself, but to be on the safe side, he asked them to collect all the materials. When the time comes to refining by himself, he will only use what is used, and it will be fine if he doesn't use it. Anyway, he is not going to kill those wild beasts. Li Sheng didn't say much, just nodded. The others took a deep breath, and then jumped into the pool, one by one. Jiang Zhen can be regarded as acquainted with the current affairs, and he didn't say much, and honestly followed Li Sheng. 5 people set off together. Jian Wushuang sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Origin star sky, floating in his own universe. It is extremely comfortable. Eternal change. He clenched fists with both hands, and he was constantly inspired. The powerful starry sky instantly covered his whole body. Strength has also increased several times. Call. The power of the eternal change lies in the power of the stars. Changed road, just an auxiliary role. If you use the power of all things to perform eternal changes, then it is no different from eternal change, and the strength of the increase is limited. The key to the eternal change lies in the power of the stars. What is the key to conversion? After Jian Wushuang accepted the eternal changes and returned to normal, he began to read some secrets about the original changes. It seems leisurely, but it is quite difficult. 10 days is too short. He must be as fast as possible. This place may be discovered at any time. While he was in retreat, there was a battle in the depths of Furukawa. Li Sheng led the people and killed him from the west bank of Furukawa to the east bank, even hit the shore. This kind of slaughter quickly caused several desolate beasts of the Four Tribulations realm level to come. Originally, according to their plan, it was to quickly kill the beasts of the 100 heads and Three Tribulations realm level. This is actually very simple for them. It's just that he is afraid to provoke the desolate beasts of the ancient Four Tribulations realm. The desolate beasts at the Three Tribulations realm level at the bottom of the river are actually not very powerful. The divine power is only more than 300,000. Mu Chun and Wu Li can kill them easily. It was more than wrong to deal with these wild beasts by Zhenzhen, but that's alone. They are not facing two ends. It was a siege of dozens of heads. Although Li Sheng's strength was strong, he couldn't take advantage of dozens of wild beasts. In one day, they only killed a dozen of them, and also provoke a few desolate beasts of the Four Tribulations realm level, just when they were ready to give it a go. But thunderstorms appeared above his head. It's Jiaolong. According to the original plan, they will escape separately. They had expected Jiaolong a long time ago, but they didn't expect it to be so fast. The five fled separately. The dragon's realm had just arrived, and the deity hadn't arrived yet, and they had escaped. But as long as you are in this field, you can't escape the tracking of the dragon. Damn human monk, you... The flood dragon descended and took the lead in focusing on Li Sheng, who was the fastest to escape. The huge dragon tail swept directly towards Li Sheng. Fortunately, Li Sheng's speed was fast enough, and he avoided steadily. The dragon's tail hit the rock wall of the river and directly shattered the mountain. Many unlucky wild beasts were instantly annihilated. You can't escape. The dragon transformed into a human form, speeding up, rushing to the nearest Azure Cloud Gate Universe Master, and crushing the opponent's origin with a single claw. A strong person in the Five Tribulations realm. Killing a Three Tribulations realm is simply an adult hitting a child. There is no secret method at all, simple and rude, one-hit kills. It was just like Jian Wushuang used the Sword of Myriad Tribulations to behead the masters of the Three Tribulations realm universe. Feel the fall of your companion. Li Sheng's face is as gray as death, and the rabbit and the fox are sad. It's just that there is no time to feel sorry for him, so he can only take the opportunity and rush out of the realm with supernatural power. Others were not keeping their hands at this time, and burst out with all their strength, rushing out of the field. Jiang Zhen directly burned 30% of his divine power and desperately escaped, but his combat power was also reduced to the lowest. As soon as he rushed out of the domain, he encountered a desolate beast in the Four Tribulations realm. Despair leaked out of his face, and he shouted angrily, "Even if this seat falls, don't die in the hands of you beasts." What? Make a fist with both hands of Zhen, and all his supernatural power burns. The whole person turned into a round of sun. Infinite divine power broke out. The desolate beast of the Four Tribulations realm hurriedly backed away, and at the same time yelled, "I haven't done anything yet. What are you in a hurry?" The earthquake also fell, but he didn't expect that he would choose to blow himself up before he died. His death can be regarded as a delay for other people. Mu Chun took the opportunity to go ashore, and his figure disappeared in the jungle of the mountains. Jian Wushuang's plan was too ideal. It may also be that what they think is a bit simpler. In one day, 5 of them. 2 died. Mu Chun went ashore to escape. Wu Li was in the chaos and disappeared. Only Li Sheng dragged his seriously injured body and returned to the pile of rocks. Puff! Li Sheng spit out blood just as soon as it surfaced. The whole person lay directly on the ground in a beach. Jin Chun was taken aback and quickly stood up. The 2 Li family's masters of the universe hurriedly stepped forward to check the injuries of their ancestors. Jian Wushuang remained unmoved and continued to explore the pill for conversion. But Wu Li didn't come back, causing him to sink in his heart, and quickly transmitted the voice to the other party. But he couldn't get in touch anymore. Fortunately, I can feel the causal existence of the other party, and I shouldn't die. I had known that he would not let Wu Li go. Things are getting worse now. The holy meeting was more dangerous than he thought. In fact, they didn't need to be so tired. If the female emperor was there in this ancient river, as long as there were no barren beasts and special beings at the 6 Tribulations realm level, they could almost walk sideways. But the female emperor gave them up midway. Oh, Jian Wushuang sighed, opened his eyes, and took a look at Li Sheng's injury. There was a trace of life force in his palm, and he gave up after thinking about it. He can't save people. If the power of life is discovered by a strong person watching from outside, then it's over. Chapter 58:17. It's just that the powerhouses in the outside world don't have much to look at them anymore. They are all staring at Shurgua's team. on the edge of the infinite world, because there is no danger, his few battles will be paid attention to. But now all teams have entered the periphery of the infinite world, and even entered the periphery. There have been hundreds of battles at the Five Tribulations realm level. Not many people care about the defense of an emperor. Not many people pay attention to Jian Wushuang, which does not mean that no one pays attention to other people in Yu, such as the Empress. This female emperor of the Yu Kingdom is really ruthless. Even her daughter and brother have given up. Many powerful people have been watching the female emperor of the Yu Kingdom because it is a popular candidate. Naturally, there are a lot of concerns. Jian Wushuang also looked a little insignificant under the brilliance of the Empress. The current Empress is indeed very dazzling. In a special secret territory, that was a special task that Juhu received. Special tasks at the cosmic level are extremely dangerous. Even if the Empress is extremely powerful, she must be treated with care. What's more, this time she faced a 5-star mission. Once completed, the top 4 are basically stable this time. Only reach the top 4. Only hope to fight for the position of the last saint. For this position, Empress Fengqian did not know how many epics had been prepared. Seeing that there is a 7 Tribulation Realm Cosmos Lord among her peers, she is only a 5 Tribulation Realm Cosmos Lord. This sense of gap is an unbearable shame in the eyes of a person with particularly strong self-esteem. Not only will she become a saint this time, she will also attack the 6 Tribulations realm in one fell swoop under the eyes of countless people. By then, she will be famous throughout the ancient Wood continent. Take the position of Yu country to new heights. This is not only her wish, but also the expectation of the ancestors of the royal family. For many years, there hasn't been a master of the 6 Tribulations realm universe in the Yu Kingdom. This time it must be grasped. Now it seems that the Empress has indeed grasped it. In that secret realm, she stole the dragon egg first, and then used the dragon egg to induce a special life. That is the core of anything this time. Every special task can almost involve a lot of strong people. Her task is not to kill that special life, but to help the other party to avenge. Help the other party to unify that secret realm. This is more difficult. It's not as simple as killing 1 or 2 5 Tribulations realm desolate beasts, but to fight for a period of time in this secret realm. It may be a waste of time, but when the task is completed, she will have to advance the map and become a treasure of the saint. These are worth her effort. It's just that she didn't think about how miserable those abandoned people are now. Li Sheng fell asleep. Although there are special treasures, it will take some time to recover. Fortunately, when he came back, he brought dozens of waste beast materials. These materials have satisfied Jian Wushuang's opportunity to practice his hands. Although the pill is not perfect, you can try to practice first. He didn't think about it once. Don't be too anxious. Otherwise, all previous efforts will be lost. Don't be idle. You too, help me out the demon energy in those materials. Jian Wushuang commanded the 2 remaining masters of the universe. He is really too busy alone. Jin Chun can only find you and hurry up on the sidelines. He can't help me a little bit. Several days passed. He failed several times. The only time he succeeded, the effect of the pill was the opposite of what he thought. It is the pill to transform the desolate beast into the human race. Can only overthrow the past. But the current materials are not enough. Looking at the 2 remaining masters of the universe, letting them go is to die. This time he had to go in person. You 2 are waiting here. I will set up an enchantment. Once you touch me, I will receive a message. I will come back as soon as possible. Don't go out. If Wooly comes back, let him not come in first. Waiting for me at the bottom of the water. After Jian Wushuang gave an explanation, he plunged into the pool. Below the pool, he entered the pile of rocks, and after a round, he came to the depths of the river bottom. Just to be on the safe side. He did not leave too far. Can only hunt some wild beasts around. The dragon should be far away, but he can't be too careless. The speed of that dragon is very fast. Even if it is far away from him, he can be found quickly. It's just that his supernatural power is different from others. It can be completely restrained. In this way, the flood dragon would not be able to spot him. Quickly find the target because he has the experience of refining the pill. He also knows that the kind of beast is more suitable. Let's take your knife first. Jian Wushuang contracted his breath, turned into a blue air current, and floated towards a weird-looking wild beast in the water and grass in the distance. This desolate beast's divine power is as high as 400,000, and it is about to break through into the four tribulations realm. Wisdom is no different from ordinary people, but facing Jian Wushuang, he didn't notice the dangerous aura at all. Jian Wushuang just appeared behind the opponent so quietly. Wow! In an instant, his breath soared to 500,000, and he made a knife with one hand and slashed this weird beast into two directly. The origin and divine power of calm weakened instantly. I don't know who made it to death. It's a good end. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and collected the remains of the desolate beast. His figure turned into a flow of air again, looking for the next target. Collecting 10 heads, according to his plan, is enough. With 10 more barren beasts, he would almost be able to refine the conversion pill. As long as there is a conversion pill, he will leave here with Jin Chun. I just don't know where Wu Li has gone, but as long as the opponent is not dead, he can find him. According to the guidance of cause and effect, the opponent is not too far away from him. As for the missing Mu Chun, he could feel that the other party should be on the bank of the river, but his breath was constantly weakening. And sometimes there was no time. Most likely he was trapped in a ruin. Whether you can live depends on your own good fortune. He didn't plan to save him. This time he pitted them so miserably. Even if Mu Chun died, he deserved it. It happened to be dedicated to the country of Yu. In the valley far away from the riverbank, Mu Chun really fell into a ruin. Entering here hastily, suddenly can't get out. Moreover, having isolated his own divine power, he couldn't get out at all. Where he said that every day should not, and the earth is not working, can only bite the bullet and continue to move forward. Originally, he wanted to try his luck. In case there was no danger in the valley, he would be able to survive the catastrophe safely, as long as the Empress returned. But his luck was too bad, and he fell into an ancient ruins or the ruins of a sect. Get deeper and deeper. Don't continue walking, and not reconciled, want to gamble once. Chapter 58:18. It's just that his luck was too bad. He gambled in the wrong direction again, and straight into a crack that swallowed people. He fell without even leaving the corpse. The King Mu of Yu Kingdom has since disappeared. The teams from Vietnam also reduced their staff again. At the same time, the number of teams in the outer and inner walls of Infinite World is constantly decreasing. The Lord of the Four Tribulations realm universe has fallen a lot. The Gumu faction distributed a lot of tasks this time. Many people are sparing no room to fight. Naturally, many people have fallen. Only the Lord of the Universe, in the Five Tribulations realm, no one has fallen. There are few dangerous places in the periphery that can threaten the Lord of the Five Tribulations realm universe. As for the desolate beasts of the Six Tribulations realm level, I am afraid that there are no outside, and there may be a few inside, but if you want to encounter them, it is even lower than the chance of becoming a Six Tribulations realm. At the core, there may be a lot of beasts in the Six Tribulations realm, but wherever it is near the end, no one will wander around anymore, only going to the end with all his heart. Their chances are both on the outside, And inside, in the core area, the Lord of the Five Tribulations realm will fall accidentally. How dare to stay? Each one is struggling to move forward. There are also many trapped in one place. Just like Jian Wushuang and the others, they are in a dilemma, deep in the bottom of the river. In a panic of water and grass, countless snakes hovered, but their strength was very low, and their divine power was less than 10,000. But even so weak, as long as it is a barren beast, it can survive at the bottom of the river. In these swimming snakes, there is a stream of air which is constantly circling. Not fooled, Jian Wushuang sighed and decided to give up. The upper point of the snake is a desolate beast of the Four Tribulations realm level with a divine power of about 500,000. He originally wanted to attract the other party into his full set, so he used those snakes to attract the other party. As a result, the wild beast didn't care at all. With a frontal attack, he has the ability to kill the barren beast, but it will waste a long time. When that time is found by the flood dragon, it will be difficult to escape. Now he has collected the materials of more than a dozen wild beasts, almost enough, ready to return to the rock pile, refine the conversion pill, and then leave this river with Jin Chun as far as possible. That flood dragon, I'm afraid it won't take long before it will stare at the pile of rocks. It's no problem for him to escape by himself, but if he wants to take Jin Chun, it will be more troublesome. And he has to go to Wu Li. Without Wu Li, he couldn't open Wanlu. He had known that he would not let Wu Li go. It is very passive now. After bypassing the desolate beast above his head, Jian Wushuang's figure shook, and it took only a few breaths to travel through the space before returning to the pile of rocks. After entering the crevice of the stone with 7 turns and 8 turns, he followed a hole and entered the stalactite cave. Wow! With the sound of breaking the water, the two Li family's masters of the universe almost moved. After discovering that it was Jian Wushuang, he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing him come back, Li Sheng, who was cross-legged to recover his supernatural power, also opened his eyes. It seems that you are recovering well, Jian Wushuang said. Li Sheng smiled awkwardly. Seeing the sacred meeting, who wouldn't prepare some treasures to restore divine power? This time he was injured, and he almost spent all the treasures. The result was still not able to recover to the peak. Friend Wushuang, how are you preparing? Li Sheng's tone was very plain, and he didn't dare to repeat it. He can't protect himself now, and he has to take care of 2 younger generations in the family. I didn't dare to offend Jian Wushuang. Now, it is completely relying on Jian Wushuang to be able to refine the conversion pill and to survive here safely, waiting for news from the Empress. Jian Wushuang randomly found a flat place to make a small cross-legged and said indifferently, "The materials are enough. It depends on the luck this time." The material obtained this time can be tested twice. If it succeeds the 3rd time, then everyone can get a conversion pill. When letting him is not needed, there are 4 more people here, plus Wu Li. You have to refine 5. According to the order he wanted to protect, Wu Li was the first, and Jin Chun was the second. Follow-ups are not arranged, and you can give it to whoever is pleasing to the eye. There were vicissitudes in Li Sheng's eyes, recalling that he was full of spirits a few days ago, but now he is so embarrassed. Those familiar faces have fallen one by one. Compared with their Li family, the Jiang family is even worse. For King Kong, 3 came. All fall, fighting over and over. The ultimate fate is fall. Only a stronger presence can protect itself. Blame him for not being strong enough. Now, his biggest vision is not to fight, but to keep the hope of the family. Then, trouble fellow Wushuang Taoist. If I go out, my Li family will definitely come out with a thank you gift to visit. Li Sheng put his posture to the lowest. Hope Jian Wushuang can refine successfully. Jin Chen's strength is low, and she doesn't know what happened to the outside world. She can also guess that those who left may never come back. There are also the two lords of the three tribulations realm universe from the Li family. They are all the pride of the sky. But in the face of real opportunities, there is no family to cover the wind and rain. It's just like Luo Tangji. Ridiculous and pitiful. Sigh. Jian Wushuang ignored them and began to refine the conversion pill by himself. At his level, pill furnaces are needed for alchemy. Just throw the refining materials into the source. Nothing is more powerful than the source. The first test. He needs to reconcile both yin and yang. You reading www.okanshu.com. It's the same as the fusion of water and fire. It's just that the difference between human race and desolate beast is not comparable to water and fire. For death and life, he experimented many times. The combination of human race and desolate beast is not difficult for him. It's just that the details are more difficult to grasp, and if you make a mistake, you must overthrow it. If it is not because of external pressure too much, he can study it tens of thousands of times. If you are proficient, you will be able to succeed every time. But now the time and environment don't give him this opportunity. It can only be done in the fastest way. Failed. He was not surprised when he failed for the first time. Something expected. He had to try at least 3 key steps in refining the transformation pill. The first failure is acceptable, but the second failure is not allowed. He didn't believe it anymore. He would choose one of the 3 with bad luck. And he failed both times. It really succeeded the second time. Continue to refine. Until the last step. Choose 1 from 9. According to his experience, the 6 paths with the smallest probability can be eliminated. Choose 1 of 3 again. But this time, the probability of choosing 1 of 3 is only 10%, because there may also be 9 paths he eliminated. This is the hardest point, but he only had 1 chance to experiment. Can't fail. Unfortunately, some things are often not as desired. Still failed, seeing that the material is lost in half. Even if it succeeded for the 3rd time, it would not be enough for them. But now there is no other way. Can only bite the bullet and continue. If it doesn't work, go to the outside world and kill some wild beasts. Chapter 58:19. Before Jiaolong had searched this place, he still had some time. Last chance. Backhand threw all the materials into the source, refining step by step, extremely smoothly, and reached the final critical step. This time, he cannot fail. It took a long time to raise funds before making the final decision. The blue origin shook for a while and began to condense into a pill. Whether it succeeds or not depends on the effect. An evil spirit hit, and the sword was overjoyed. Successful. He grabbed several pills floating in the sky of Origin Star. Consciousness returned to the deity and stood up directly. Took a long breath. This time he finally succeeded. Although there are only 4 pill, as long as he has the pill prescription and the successfully refined pill, he can refine it again. There are exactly 4 people here. Originally, I planned to keep 1 for Wu Li, but there will be no one for a while, so I can only give it to others first. And when he finds Wu Li, he will refine another 1 for the other party. These are all small things. 1 for each person. Eat it. Jian Wushuang handed over to everyone. Jin Chen held a hot pill and hesitated. After the conversion, is it really impossible to transform back into a human race? Li Sheng did not hesitate. He was the most decisive. He didn't expect that Jian Wushuang would give each of them 1, so he ate it without hesitation. The pill enters the abdomen, and within a short while, the origin of the body begins to change. The power of the source has not diminished, but the upper limit has been reduced. but the divine power is constantly getting stronger. Sharp tentacles grew on Li Sheng's body. The tentacles in the back row looked like Qilong's horns. Kuelong is among the materials used to refine pill. There are also fish. Li Sheng's yang energy is heavy, so he turned into a dragon. My supernatural power has increased by more than 20,000. Li Sheng was overjoyed. He didn't expect to increase so much, and his injury was fine. It was a surprise. After the conversion, he looked at the younger generations of the two families and nodded, indicating that they could also be converted. Jian Wushuang was fairly satisfied with the pill he had refined, but he hadn't even thought about Jin Chen's problem. It was quite troublesome to reverse the human pill again. Moreover, if you want to refine and transform into a human pill, the materials needed are the strong humans. After a pause, he replied, "Wait, there will be a way. If it doesn't work, I will reverse the pill and refining and transform it into a human conversion pill. But at that time, you have to let your majesty go down and give it to me. Find materials. To reverse the prescription, just experiment and the required materials. I am afraid that a lot of masters of the universe will be needed. Fortunately, Jin Chen is an emperor, but even if he is an emperor, he still needs to kill many human emperors and powerful people. Killing wild beasts is okay. The two are originally opposed. There is no karma if you kill, but slaughter is weak and has karma. At the beginning, he didn't care about karma because of karma. Anyway, I am sick. I am not afraid of one more. Now that the cause and effect is gone, he doesn't want to do this kind of thing anymore. When the Chun family was destroyed, it was because the Chun family's own karma was not small, so the Chun family was destroyed. Not only did he not get the of karma, but he was also protected by the golden light of morality. Eliminate evil. It's still good, and it's a very long-term thing. Be evil. Only short-term benefits will be obtained, not long-term, unless it is halfway whitewashed. Of course, in Jian Wushuang's view, no matter which one it was all for profit. No one cares about ants. That is the essence. Jin Chen didn't understand the whole story. He felt that he could be transformed into a human race, and he didn't hesitate. Also began to switch. In the end, all four were successfully converted. Li Sheng became a shameful dragon. Jin Chen became a mermaid. The backs of the other two, Lise, turned into a pair of yasha. Jian Wushuang was quite satisfied. It was the same as Daxiao and Qishan Temple. He looked like a person in appearance, but the things he did and the breath on his body were not at all connected with the human race. Seeing Jian Wushuang changed his body, it was like a new person. Several people were a little curious, but didn't dare to ask more. Well, now we set off and leave here. Jian Wushuang jumped into the pool first, and the others followed suit. He took the lead, and Li Sheng was behind. The two masters of the universe in the Li family are protecting Jin Chen. They came out of the pile of rocks and swaggered across the river bottom. Li Sheng, who followed at the end, looked around and asked, "Wushuang Taoist fellow, there is a plan. Where is our next foothold?" Speaking of where to go, Jian Wushuang himself didn't know. He followed the path of finding Wu Li based on cause and effect. It's just not easy to tell these people. I haven't figured it out yet, but there are many wild beasts at the bottom of the river, and they should be divided into races and forces. Since we have converted to a monster race, we will meet those monster race forces, and maybe we will unexpectedly receive the goods. Jian Wushuang still had some expectations. He is not like these people are scared and stupid, just want to save his life. There are so many opportunities for the holy meeting, and he is still some distance away from the perfection of the universe, and all the chess pieces on the Guantian chessboard can be swallowed. He didn't have the strength to swallow the rest, can only look for the original treasure. This place is a good place. The origin of the desolate beast is very fragile and does not need too many original treasures. I am afraid that there are a lot of them at the bottom of the river. He can take the opportunity to search some. After Li Sheng heard it, he sighed in his heart, feeling that he was old. The younger generation of strong men is still thinking of chance in desperate situations, but he just wants to save his life. That's how the strength is stretched. The pattern is so slowly getting smaller. After the group left the rubble, they walked for almost a day. Finally left the water-grass river area. At this time, they reached a huge deep ditch at the bottom of the river. This deep ditch is like a mountain range on the ground. Jian Wushuang didn't even think about it, so he plunged in. They also encountered a lot of wild beasts along the way. But those wild beasts hide far away when they see them. The desolate beasts of the Four Tribulations realm did not dare to approach. This is related to the breath on his body. Among them, Li Sheng has the highest realm, the Lord of the Four Tribulation realm universe. But now he has used the origin of the beast god, and his appearance is also a robbery. Moreover, the origin of the beasts, although they have not yet reached the peak, but it also reached the pinnacle of the Four Tribulations realm. When the wild beasts saw him, they thought he was the descendant of the beast and the pinnacle of the Four Tribulations realm. Don't hide far away. The descendants of the beast gods are noble existences everywhere. Jian Wushuang only used twice the power of the beast and could maintain this state forever. Plus the origin of the beast god. He is indeed a descendant of animal design now. But these wild beasts did not dare to approach him, which was also a problem. There is no way for him to find an entry point. Dear, click in, give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of The Beautiful Wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station. https://data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 58:20. You can't just wander around. The guidance of cause and effect is a little vague, after all. Wu Li has a high probability in this deep ditch. I don't know how the other party escaped. Now I can only go in and talk about it. In the huge river bottom mountains, there are countless wild beasts. There are also many treasures. There are some treasures that the wild beasts look down upon, but for Jian Wushuang, they are of great use. Along the way, he has picked up treasures that enhance his origin. Everything contained in it is extremely rich. It's also a good treasure when placed outside. Li Sheng was a little surprised to see him doing this. The strength is clearly comparable to the peak of the Four Tribulations realm, but he picks up some here that he doesn't look up to. For those who practice divine power, those treasures that enhance their origins can be considered treasures if they are relatively special, but like those picked up by Jian Wushuang, even in the Three Tribulations realm, they don't look up to them. Jian Wushuang didn't care about other people's gazes, and stopped and went picking up a lot of original treasures. Enough to condense a black hole. You can pick it up easily. Why not pick it up? He is now getting closer and closer to the great perfection of the universe. Once the universe is consummated, it will be almost impossible to condense the real universe. Before condensing the universe, he had to break through the tribulation realm. I feel where I am. This does require a lot of external force and my own understanding. It's something you can't ask for. He needs to realize in the crisis. Right now, there is really a crisis coming. A great battle is taking place in a narrow gap on the periphery of the mountain range. The leaders on both sides are the Four Tribulations realm powerhouse, and there are hundreds of Three Tribulations realm beasts. In the narrow gap, the ground shaken by both sides. Jian Wushuang took people nearby to watch. Let's go. These wild beasts seem to be fighting for a treasure. Li Sheng's eyes were very old, and at a glance he could see a faint halo beneath the gap. And with it comes a unique force. It should be a valuable treasure. Others really can't tell. Hearing Li Sheng's words, Jian Wushuang only paid a little attention to the treasure under the gap. It seems to be a treasure that increases divine power. For the wild beast, it is indeed worth fighting for. But to Jian Wushuang, it was rubbish. What he cares about is not the treasure, but the battle. The strong on both sides. None of them used the body, they were all humanoids, and it seemed that they weren't to the point of a death fight. For those lonely beasts, there are obviously some differences. The strong, one fighting between the two sides, has a high probability of coming from two forces. If he is going to take a kick at this time, you can take the opportunity to mix into a certain desolate beast force, so that it will be more convenient for him to find Wu Li next. Now he has to think about how to use this fight to gain the trust of the other party. The first is the origin of identity. This Furukawa is extremely wide, traversing the entire periphery. The source goes straight to the core of the inner circle. The forces are bound to be complicated. It is not difficult to conceal one's identity, and a false identity can be fabricated at will. They all have the origin of wild beasts, and the other party will not regard them as adult races, no matter how much doubt. After thinking for a long time, Jian Wushuang paid attention. Turning to look at Li Sheng and the others, he said calmly, "Are you ready?" Li Sheng was stunned for a moment when he heard it. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly thought of something and quickly pulled Jin Chun and the others back. "You are crazy." He thought Jian Wushuang was going crazy and going to treasures from the wild beasts. This is not to blame for him thinking. But Jian Wushuang had already exploded out of breath. "Ha!" Jian Wushuang shouted, his supernatural power soared to 550,000, a flash directly into the gap in the mountain range. The sudden eruption not only shocked Li Sheng and others, even the wild beasts that were still fighting were stunned. Facing the mysterious powerhouse who suddenly appeared, they stopped one after another. Jian Wushuang was bathed in scarlet aura, which was the power of the beast god, the purest innate beast god. This breath overwhelmed all the wild beasts. He also took this opportunity to glance at these wild beasts. Because I didn't use the deity, he looked like a dog, but his appearance was strange, just in the shape of a human. The leaders on both sides are all peak powers of the Four Tribulations realm, with divine powers above 500,000, similar to the greedy wolf back then. However, the Sirius tribe is not just a barren beast. They are all descendants of beast gods who claim to be noble. Jian Wushuang is the same now. A supernatural power of 550,000 bursts out, and the two of them are calmed down directly at the same time. He also found that these two Four Tribulations realm peak powerhouses had a sign hanging on their chests. The shapes of the brands are different. It appears to be a distinction between the two forces. One of the Four Tribulations realm powerhouse with a fish head human body frowned when he saw Jian Wushuang, who suddenly appeared. He could see that Jian Wushuang's aura was very special, and his strength was stronger than him, and it was extremely difficult to provoke. Let me interrupt your yaxing. The treasures below this place are very important to me. I don't want to come thousands of miles. It is for this treasure. Please give me face. Jian Wushuang hugged his fists towards the leaders of both parties. This made the strong leaders on both sides stunned. However, they are all wary of this sudden emergence of the strong. The two powerhouses are both desolate beast forces in the mountains. Although it is a hostile relationship, at least know the roots. Suddenly seeing the four tribulations realm powerhouse facing him, I can't help but feel a little skeptical. And as soon as he came, he would fight for the treasures below by name and surname. This is too much. After playing for such a long time, you can't give it a hand. Even if you feel Jian Wushuang's breath is unusual, it is likely that he is a descendant of the beast god who is extremely powerful, but he won't let it go. The point is that Jian Wushuang has already made it clear that he is not a local powerhouse. This is even less need to worry. There are so many of them. They will never be robbed by an outsider. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned, and he knew this too. That's what he wants. Let both sides stand on the same line first and make a solid impression of his identity as a strong man in the field. That is enough. The next step is to dismantle these people from within. Does Your Excellency have a problem with your brain? Just let it be if you say so. What do you think of us? The four tribulations realm powerhouse with the fish head human body gave a cold snort, completely uncut. He doesn't care where the mysterious powerhouse in front of him comes from or how hard his background is. This place is their territory. It's so easy if you want treasures. After Jian Wushuang heard this, he was not angry, but was delighted in his heart. Haha, I was abrupt. He took out 10,000 mixed stones from the mustard seeds without rushing, and said indifferently, "This is the treasure I got from killing the strong human race a few days ago. It was bred in the original universe of the strong human race. I am willing to exchange this for the treasure below." Hunyuan stone. There are millions of Hunyuan stones in his body, which are needed no matter if it is a human being, these barren beasts, or a special life. Chapter 58:21. Not only can it increase divine power, but it can also restore its origin. For these people and beasts, it is also a rare treasure. In the infinite world, there have been strong people in the past, but there are no more people than the opening of the holy meeting. And that's a long time ago. There are too few local powerhouses who can come up with the Hunyuan stone here. I'm afraid some have already been used. The four tribulations realm powerhouse of the fish head human body has only heard of the legend of the Hunyuan stone. This is the first time I have seen you. Feeling the special breath bred by Shangfen, my heart trembled. He had heard that this kind of mixed origin stone, the Lord of the human universe, takes a long time to condense one. The opponent's shot is 10,000 yuan, which is definitely a big deal. I want to agree, right now. But before he said it, Jian Wushuang spoke. Since you saw it first, then you will divide the 10,000 mixed stones. As soon as he said this, the strong fish head frowned and turned to look at the strong snake head, who had previously competed with him for the treasures here. The Hunyuan stone is more important to them than the treasures below. How could it be divided? For the treasures below, we must fight each other, not to mention these mixed stones. But neither of them are stupid. What if you lose both sides and get attacked by a mysterious person again? For a while, the two sides were in a stalemate again. The sword has no two-sided color, which is the same as he imagined. Since the two of you have no objection, the treasure will be collected next. He waved his hand and burst out extremely powerful divine power in his palm, directly sucking the treasure that still exudes light in the gap into his hand. After weighing it up, after deepening his thoughts, he discovered that it was a kind of inner alchemy left by a wild beast of vegetation. In fact, it is a small ball after the fall, the original source condenses and shrinks. Inside, there is a complete origin of the universe, and it is the origin above the four tribulations realm. The value is not small. This is the origin of the universe with roots. It's not the original origin of everything. The original origin of all things was condensed by the Lord of all things. It is water without roots. This inner alchemy contains the purest origin of the wild beast. although it does not help his starry sky origin. He doesn't like it either. But it is of great use to the origin of his beasts. It is completely possible to upgrade the origin of the beast gods to another level. 10,000 mixed yuan stones spend is not considered a loss. After receiving the treasure, Jian Wushuang turned around and was ready to leave. The strong fish head and the strong snake had stopped him at the same time. Jian Wushuang frowned and said, "Everyone, this is a bit out of order." "Friends, you misunderstood." The strong fish head smiled flatteringly. The strong snake head also leaked a kind smile, wanting to come close. However, Jian Wushuang backed away again and said in a vigilant manner, "Why is that?" "That's right, fellow Taoists still have this virgin stone. I'm willing to collect it at a high price." The fish head expert said diligently. Seeing this, the strong snakehead was unwilling to show weakness and said quickly, "I am willing to pay double the price." For this, the two fought again. Upon seeing this, Jian Wushuang hurriedly came out to make a round and said, "You two, there is indeed a bit of mixed stone on the lower body, but the treasures I need to go deeper into the mountains to be able to find. I am afraid the two—" "Don't worry, although I can't take it out. My prince can definitely take it out." The strong fish head knew what Jian Wushuang wanted to say, and he obviously felt that the two of them were not qualified and couldn't take out that kind of treasure. But their great king definitely has the treasure Jian Wushuang needs. And there are many more. The mountains here stretch to the inner circumference of the almost infinite world, and there are countless strong ones. But if you really want to say who is the strongest, that is definitely their king. The same goes for treasures. Hearing the word big king, the strong snake head fell silent. The power he was in was established by a special being in the five tribulations realm, and his background was incomparable to the great king in the mouth of a strong fish head. Because which great king is a real powerhouse in the six tribulations realm. Like a snake, don't fight with me. You can't fight with me. I am willing to share these 10,000 yuan stones with you. I also look at you. Don't ask for trouble." Suddenly, the strong fish head Jian Wushuang was a little surprised by the hard temper. The strong snakehead snorted coldly, took half of the Hunyuan stone into his hands, and snorted coldly, "You are running around. Don't be proud. We will be long in the future." Putting down a cruel word, he hurriedly left with his subordinates. The fish head rushed and said proudly, "This snake is quite sensible. In this mountain range, no one can contend with my great king." "Oh," Jian Wu asked with surprise on both sides, "I don't know if the king in the mouth of your friend is the Holy Lord?" The superpower among the wild beasts, especially claiming to be the Holy Master, Jian Wushuang's words can be regarded as jargon. But after hearing this, Ba Tuben quickly waved his hand and said, "No, no, my lord, I disdain those vulgar names. You can call him the King of the River." "The King of the River." Jian Wushuang deliberately widened his eyes. When he was collecting waste beast materials, he had searched for the soul of some waste beasts in the three tribulations realm. In the memory of those wild beasts, Ukanshu Kam has the title of King of the River. Just don't know the exact identity of the other party. Maybe those wild beasts were just heard. Yes, it's the King of the Roman River. Bobbin was very proud of it, and then said to Jian Wushuang very carefully, "Also, my great king is the only super strong in the entire romance in the six tribulations realm. God's body has been robbed 6 times. God." Jian Wushuang was really shocked this time. He didn't expect that this ancient Hanoi had superpowers in the six tribulations realm. Now, he regrets a bit. Originally, he took out the Hunyuan stone just to attract the other party's attention, then break into their interior. This is also good for heading to the depths of the mountains openly. Now, I learned that there was an old monster in the Six Tribulations realm inside. He was a little scared, but you don't have to be afraid. My prince is the most merciful. As long as you have the Hunyuan stone, the prince can take out the treasure and exchange it with you. He will never bully the small with big things. If you don't believe it, you can ask around. Paid his chest and promised. Although the wisdom of the wild beast is no less than that of the human race, but its heroic temperament is much stronger than that of the human race. Jian Wushuang could only choose to believe it now. Then I will be the king's cave mansion, and it'll be harassing one or two. But Bo Ben said politely, "No problem." After confirming, Jian Wushuang turned his head to greet Li Sheng, who was hiding far away, and motioned for them to come. Li Sheng was in the distance and saw everything. Know what Jian Wushuang is going to do. Originally, he thought the plan was okay, but when he heard the Six Tribulations realm, he regretted it. They were originally chased by the Five Tribulations realm flood dragon, but they had just escaped from the wolf's mouth, and now they are going into the tiger's den again. Chapter 58:22. Fortunately for the former, the female emperor would be able to clean up the flood dragon when she came back, but the wild beasts in the Six Tribulations realm, even the female emperor came, did not take the slightest advantage. This is breaking one's own way. Now following Jian Wushuang, he can only recognize it. Reluctantly followed, Jian Wushuang beckoned and said with a smile, "Brother Ba, these are all my subordinates. Isn't it okay?" "Not bad." Bobbin leaked a smile to everyone and greeted enthusiastically. Jian Wushuang rubbed his hands. "Then we will set off." "No problem." Bo Ben let his subordinates disperse, leaving only a few barren beasts at the pinnacle of the Three Tribulations realm to accompany, bringing Jian Wushuang and a group of people flying towards the depths of the mountain range. On the way, Jian Wushuang also told a lot about the treasures and dangerous places in the mountains. At the same time, he also talked about the forces in the mountains at the bottom of the river. There are three major forces in total. One is Bishui Snake Mansion. It is the force where the Lapis Snake was previously. The Holy Lord in the mansion is a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the Five Tribulations realm. There is a competition for the duration of the double serve. But I dare not make things bigger. After all, the forces of the Six Tribulations realm really had to rise to the battle level, and no one was an opponent. In addition to the Jade Water Snake Mansion, there is also a power that was also established by the Five Tribulations realm. However, it is not the southern mountains, but the northern waters near the infinite world. Generally, if there is no contact, there is no too much introduction. Mainly talk about the power built by the king of the river, Weilong Mountain, a superpower built by special beings at the level of the Six Tribulation realm. Originally, Jian Wushuang thought that the king of the river was a desolate beast, but he did not expect it to be a special life. That combat power is stronger. I am afraid that the divine power is about to break through 1 million. Li Sheng was behind him, with cold sweat on his back. 1 million supernatural power, to them, is a sense of suffocation. The king of the river, also known as the king of Tiamu, the body is a huge, nine-eyed sky toad. Jian Wushuang disdainfully said, "Isn't it just a big toad?" He has seen a lot of experts in the Six Tribulations realm. No need to be afraid. I comforted myself. He did see a lot. The Lord of the universe of the Six Tribulations and the Lord of the universe of the Seven Tribulations have all seen it. It was even close contact with the super-existence of the Nine Tribulations realm in half a step. Facing that kind of strong is the real suffocation. It's the so-called Weiss. Did not feel any pressure from the other party. It's just that when you fight with it, you feel nervous. In the clone of Bobby D, The weakest contact with the strongest is the seven tribulations realm. Not only has his vision widened, but also his ability to withstand pressure is also full. Weilong Mountain. Then go to the Weilong Mountain. This Weilong Mountain, in addition to the TMU King, there are three other Dharma Kings. They are all top powerhouses at the level of the five tribulations. There are more powerhouses at the four tribulations realm level, 100, but there are only 8 people who can become law protectors. But Bo Ben is one of them, ranked 8th, the peak combat power of the four tribulation realm. Even the human form that shrinks the deity now has 500,000 supernatural powers. If the deity played in battle, it could explode to 550,000. This combat power, even among the human race's master of the four tribulations realm universe, is also a top powerhouse. Jian Wushuang's current state has 550,000 supernatural powers, and it is using the identity of the descendant of the beast god. Everyone would think that if he uses the deity, he might have 600,000 supernatural powers. The reason why the desolate beasts are usually in human form not only imitates the human race, it's that they found that converging the divine body would save divine power. Maintaining the deity all the time, it consumes too much. It is better to converge the body and become the smallest human form. Can save a lot of supernatural power. The desolate beast looked very handsome. In fact, internal struggles are no less than human races. When you open your eyes, you need to fight for chance. It's almost a small battle for 3 days and a big battle for 10 days. However, although they looked more combative, they were actually more conservative in fighting, just like the battle just now. They didn't use the deity. Click to stop. This still surprised Jian Wushuang. The small talk along the way also made him feel good about this bully. Although they are of different ethnic groups, they have a personality that admires each other. Arrive. Ba Xiao ran for a while, and his speed slowed down. A majestic mountain appeared in front of him. In this mountain range, it can definitely be ranked in the top 3. If you stand on top, you will have a glimpse of the small mountains. Weilong Mountain, Jian Wushuang said silently, then turned to ask, Brother Ba, is there really a dragon in Weilong Mountain? When Ba Bobbin heard this, he smiled and said, Brother, you really guessed it. There are dragons in Weilong Mountain, but they are not true dragons. The gods of true dragons are comparable to those of beast gods. They want to become a catastrophe. The environment is too difficult. There is no real dragon in the entire Roman River. Then this Weilong Mountain, Jian Wushuang pointed at the mountain. Ba Pao Ben explained, there are no real dragons, and there are still dragons. Weilong Mountain was once occupied by a black dragon. After being defeated by the king of my family, he threw himself into the king to sit down. The king felt that the name was domineering, kept. Hey Jiao. Jian Wushuang frowned and said inwardly, Yanjia is on a narrow road. Li Sheng's face also sank. They were chased by a flood dragon and had nowhere to hide before they turned into desolate beasts. The black dragon in Weilong Mountain, isn't it the one they encountered? If so, can only say that things are impermanent. It is estimated that the strong people who watch the game from the outside will lament their adventures. Fortunately, they have all changed their origins. Even if they encounter it, it's nothing. But Bo Ben took them to the foot of the mountain, and the wild beast guarding the gate saw Ba Bo Ben and said respectfully, Master Law Protector is back. Well, has there been a major event on the mountain recently? Ba Tubin asked casually. The little demon guarding the mountain gate shook his head and replied, relying on the master guard to open up the territory and expand the land, the mountain gate is not harmful. Reward you. Ba Bo Ben threw out some treasures casually and threw them to the two little monsters guarding the gate. They were happy from ear to ear, seeing unfamiliar faces. Although I don't know him, I feel that the divine power is stronger than domineering, and I quickly salutes respectfully. Upon seeing this, Jian Wushuang turned his head and gave Li Sheng a wink. Li Sheng could only do so, and took out some treasures from the mustard seeds and threw them to the two little demons. "Leave them alone, let's go in." Bo Ben admired Jian Wushuang's actions. But Li Sheng felt that it was unnecessary. Since the reward is given, why not reward it yourself and have to let him pay? Jian Wushuang's stingy impression was embedded in his mind. Since entering the mountains, it has been picking up the tatters. Now it's even worse. Jian Wushuang didn't care what others thought of him. He only knows why he did not do much to protect these people this time. Let them make some treasures. What is it? Following the tyrant, he climbed the Weilong Mountain all the way. Dear, click in, give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of The Beautiful Wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station. https://data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. And fresh reading without ads. Chapter 58:23. Front Hall. Bobbin had passed the news to King Tianmu in advance, and now King Tianmu was waiting for Jian Wushuang in the hall. By the way, I haven't asked my brother's name and surname yet, so I can give back to the king later. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate, and directly replied, "Under Hu Biao, from the south bank of the Luoman River." Bo Ben smiled and said, "Brother Hu, wait a moment. I'll go in and report." After speaking, he entered the hall. Only Jian Wushuang and his party were left outside the hall. Turning his head and looking at Li Sheng, who was pulling his face, the transmission said, "You can use your own name, just say that it is my subordinate." Needless to say, the basic information of Nanan has been sent to your token. Come on, take a look. Although the breath is a wild beast, but to be on the safe side, I still have to make up for the common sense of the infinite world, the words that have been exchanged between the wild beasts. Otherwise it will be suspected. After Li Sheng and others heard about it, they quickly flipped through the token. Jian Wushuang glanced at Jin Chen. She was just an emperor, but she was beautiful. Even if she became a mermaid, her face was a normal human face, unchanged from the previous one. Only his feet became fishtails. "Bring this." Jian Wushuang's mask was handed to Jin Chen. After Jin Chen took it, he was surprised. "What is this?" "Don't think about it. Take it first," Jian Wushuang hurriedly urged as he felt the breath of domineering approaching. Jin Chen didn't hesitate anymore and quickly put the mask on his face. The outline of her face did not change, but there was a black fish scale on the cheek of her left cheek. Touching his face in disbelief, Jin Chen felt a little desperate. First it became a desolate beast, and now he got a fish scale on his face. She almost broke down. Holy meeting. Or it is a purgatory. The weak are struggling. The strong are competing. She suddenly wanted to go back. Back to the country of you. I want to go to the daughter country, even more. No wonder the Lord Yunji had persuaded her not to attend the holy meeting. There is a reason for everything. The sudden departure of the mother, the fall of the elders. The blow to her was too great. Jian Wushuang glanced, although he couldn't bear it, but there was no other way. The reason why the female emperor is the female emperor, I am afraid that the suffering she has endured is far more terrifying than it is now. At least he is protecting Jin Chen now. I hope the other party can carry it. If you don't have a firm will, you just want a rich life. It's better to go to the Yunji kingdom, Lord. Following the Empress function, even if it is a daughter, there is no good fruit. The female emperor will only become more and more strict with Jin Chen. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The female emperor's expectation is that after she becomes a saint, she can let Jin Chen take her place. As long as Jin Chen broke through and became the tribulation realm, he could quickly reach the three tribulations realm and then master the universe and inherit the throne. And it has the blessing of the empress. It is not difficult for the emperor to sit firmly. This is what the empress expects of Jin Chen. If the empress saw Jin Chen now, she might be disappointed. Maybe Jian Wushuang was also included. I feel that Jian Wushuang can also help Jin Chen. But Jian Wushuang is not a fish in the pond at all. It is impossible to stay in Vietnam for long. After this sacred meeting is over, there is a high probability that he will run away. Jin Chen wants to face everything alone. Hey! Jian Wushuang covered his sigh and turned his head to the hall. The heart of the strong must be possessed. We have to face it, the path the strong must take. There are flowers in the greenhouse, but no thorns. Please, Hu Biao. A loud noise rang out in the hall, and Bo Ben also walked out, making a gesture of asking. Jian Wushuang nodded, turned his head, and said to Li Sheng behind him, "You are waiting here. I will go in alone." It was him who asked, and it would not be in accordance with the rules to bring someone else. This is Baishan, not a visit. After taking a step forward and walking into the hall, he felt a sense of oppression. It is impolite to shrink in mind and not dare to explore. I can only look around for a week and then move forward. At a glance, there are hundreds of strong people in this hall. The weakest is the three tribulations realm, and the breath of the four tribulations realm can be felt a lot. And there are two big five tribulation realm powerhouses, sitting in high positions on both sides. The first one in the middle is which King of the River, Tiamu, walking to the center of the hall, Jian Wushuang bowed and waved his hand, making a set of the highest gifts among the wild beasts. Boy, on the south bank of the Roman River, Wan Deshan, Hu Biao pays respects to the king. As soon as the voice fell, a four tribulation realm peak powerhouse next to him asked, "Wan Deshan? Haven't heard of it. The hill is nameless. How dare you compare it with Weilong Mountain?" Jian Wushuang raised his head and faced the person who asked. This time his tone was firm. "There is no respect for the strong. Desolate beasts are divided according to their strength. Be respectful to the strong. People of equal strength, no matter how high you are treated equally. Then you come to Luoman River. Do you worship the mountain or find friends?" Jian Wushuang's right person asked again. Turning his head to see, it was a giant lava beast with gravel on his head. It was 100 feet tall, and extremely tall. It was not a desolate beast, but a special being whose divine power was even stronger than his. Come here to worship the mountains, hunt for treasures, but not friends. Jian Wushuang answered one by one. Click! On the highest throne in the upper left, there was a knocking sound, and the king of five tribulations realm spoke. "I heard that you have the Hunyuan stone. You killed the passerby. What sacred grabbed?" When the words got to the point, Jian Wushuang relaxed. It was because of the Hunyuan stone that he had the opportunity to worship the mountain this time. The real purpose is naturally not to use mixed stones to exchange treasures. Instead, he took the opportunity to visit Weilong Mountain. Since then, there is a guarantee. He also thought about it. "I'm afraid he will be staying here for a while in the Roman River. It's not a problem to hide, and I have to look for Wooly, bring some people. It's really inconvenient. You can only enter a big power first. It's safer. Use the mixed Yuan stone to enter this Weilong Mountain on the grounds of exchanging treasures. Even if he is bullying the small, he will do the same. This loss is nothing. His strength is enough, and he has the power of a beast god. Those wild beasts can still be considered worthy of him. Otherwise, just grab it. How can there be so much nonsense? Jian Wushuang held his head high and replied loudly, "It is a practitioner who is robbed, an outsider to kill." After speaking, more than 60,000 mixed stones were directly taken out. It's extremely messy, so it will make people believe that he only has this. These wild beasts also knew a lot about practitioners and knew what the Hunyuan stone represented. Jian Wushuang's current face-to-face combat power can kill at most some practitioners at the Four Tribulations realm level. The amount of Hunyuan stones obtained is about this amount, and no matter how much it is, it will be suspected. Many powerful wild beasts straightened their eyes when they saw the Hunyuan stone, and even the FA kings on both sides got up and stood up. It's just that the TMU king has not been moved. Dear, click in, give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of The Beautiful Wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https://data and bookmarks, are synchronized with the computer station. And fresh reading without ads. Chapter 58:24. I took everything out, and now am waiting for which TMU king speaks. Jia, your junior is indeed in line with the Unking's appetite. King TMU shook his fat body and stood up. When he opened his mouth, the blood basin opened wide, extremely vicious. At the corner of his mouth, there are still a few fleshy whiskers. Let's talk. What treasure do you want to change? King TMU waved his hand, and the surrounding wild beasts all sat down. Jian Wu was overjoyed and said, "Great King of Rivers, I want." He directly said the names of a large number of treasures, and the demand for performance was great. And these treasures are all in this mountain range. Although the Hunyuan stone is precious, there are only tens of thousands, which is obviously not enough for exchange. After listening to the King of the River, he laughed. "You're quite greedy. You want to return so many treasures with this little Hunyuan stone. Do you have the life to take this sale?" Bo Ben was also a little panicked at this time. At first, he felt that Jian Wushuang was very knowledgeable about current affairs. How arrogant to talk to the king, it was like a lion's mouth. Other wild beasts also thought Jian Wushuang was crazy. Don't look at where it is. Such skyrocketing prices. Are you afraid of going back and forth? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and swept around, but his heart was actually very nervous. After taking a deep breath, he continued, "This bit of mixed Yuan stone is indeed not enough to exchange, but I do need those treasures below." He was very embarrassed. The King of the River also looked in his eyes. After turning his eyes, he seemed to see through Jian Wushuang's thoughts. How could a special being in the Six Tribulations realm be a fool? After a little sorting out the ins and outs of Jian Wushuang, he understood what he was asking for. This mountain range is almost all in the grasp of Weilong Mountain, and the treasures Jian Wushuang needs on the bright side are all in this mountain range. Since there are not enough mixed stones, exchange it, then you can only join in. But this sentence must be said by the King of the River. When Jian Wushuang said it, his intention was too obvious. As long as the other party nods and pushes the boat along the river, everyone will be their own. The supernatural power of 550,000 is also the blood of the beast god. In this mountain range, only the desolate beasts of the Five Tribulations realm were lost. Entering Weilong Mountain is indeed qualified. It's just that they don't have the qualifications. This mixed stone is a good stepping stone. After the King of the River understood, he was disdainful in his heart. He doesn't care about these mixed stones. The special beings in the Six Tribulations realm have not constructed their own universe, So why do they need these mixed element stones, treasures that enhance their divine power? So many are. It's just where the realm is stuck. But for the younger Jian Wushuang, he was quite optimistic, courageous and strong, courageous and strategic. It can indeed be accepted. With a look in his eyes, he handed it to Ba Ran, who was carrying Jian Wushuang up the mountain, to show his meaning. Bo Ben was overjoyed and stood up. Since brother who needs these treasures, and this treasure is in my Weilongshan area, I think that my brother is taking his entourage along the road. It is better to enter my Weilong Mountain. It is also a place to stay, and he can search around for what he needs. Treasure, why not? As soon as this remark came out, Jian Wushuang first leaked his joy, then his expression sank again, and said, I am weak in the next. I am afraid that I will not be able to enter the eyes of the great sages. I think, what else is good? Huss' strength. Even if he is in my Weilong Mountain, he can still be a protector. I think you are behind me. How about being a 9 protector of Weilong Mountain? After Bobbin finished speaking, he glanced at the other barren beasts and said, If you are unconvinced, can you come out to practice with brother who, in addition to the TMU king and several Dharma kings? The remaining 8 great guardians are all powerhouses at the pinnacle of the 4 tribulations realm, with a supernatural power of more than 500,000. And Jian Wushuang's supernatural power was 550,000. And the deity has not been leaked yet. These people are naturally a little afraid. Most of the 4 tribulations realm desolate beasts that are not even the protectors have more than 400,000 divine powers. For a time, no one really dared to stand up. Seeing no one speaks, Ba Borun respectfully salutes the upper-pointed King Tiamu and says, My lord, I am Ba Ruben as an introducer to brother Hu Biao. Please accept it. Jian Wushuang also came along, showing the meaning. Come here and wait for this moment. Joining Weilong Mountain has a foothold. Then, in the name of looking for treasures, he went around looking for Wu Li's whereabouts. At the same time, you can also wait for the Empress. If the Empress returns, he will be able to leave by patting his, but nothing to lose to him. These Hunyuan stones are even to honor the TMU king. The atmosphere in the hall calmed down. King Tiamu shook his fat body, kneaded his beard, and finally said, I announce that today Weilong Mountain will add another guardian. The voice fell. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief. When the desolate beast in the hall looked at Jian Wushuang, he also leaked kind eyes. Ba Pao Ben even put his arms around Jian Wushuang's shoulders and said excitedly, Brother Hu, I will be my own in the future. This time there is finally someone younger than me. It's 9. Thank you for the recommendation. Brother Ba, Jian Wushuang said politely, and then solemnly said to King Tiamu, Thank you for taking in. King Tiamu waved his hand, calmly said, Well, if you can join Weilong Mountain, you can be regarded as adding a general. I think you have the blood of the beast god. Enter the 5 tribulations. This evaluation is still quite high, regardless of who Jian Wushuang faced. The other side was more optimistic about him. Regardless of whether it is the Yunji Kingdom Master, Tongha Sword Immortal, or which ancient wood continent's #1 Forge Master, they all have great expectations of him. Now, even a special life is like this. Although they are of different races, Jian Wushuang still has warmth in his heart. During this period of time, it can be regarded as an overnight stay, and it is better not to have conflicts. His admission made Weilong Mountain lively for a short while. In the evening, there was a feast. Fortunately, there are no human races here. Otherwise, he would not be able to speak. After being happy, Bobbin personally found him a cave mansion, which was considered settled down. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief after sending him away. Although the layout of this cave is a bit Rough, the divine power contained in it is quite good. At this moment he just relaxed. Li Sheng hurriedly walked from outside the cave and said, "My lord, someone is coming to see you." Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment, and he had just sent away Ba Ran. He didn't have any acquaintances here. Why is someone coming to see you suddenly? After cleaning up his appearance a bit, Jian Wushuang changed and walked out. Mrs. Poison. His expression remained unchanged when he saw the incoming person, but his heart sank. At the admission banquet, he had heard people mention this poisonous lady. Dear, click in, give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of The Beautiful Wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https:// data and bookmarks, are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 58:25. 8 Protectors, ranked second. The strength is extremely strong when it is in human form. It has a supernatural power of 550,000. And she is good at using poison with weird methods. On Weilong Mountain, even if the Lord treats this protector, he is very polite, like tyrannical run. I saw this poisonous lady as far away and hiding. It is really the name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Just hearing the name is scary, and it's normal to see me panicked. Although I have seen it at the banquet, there are so many people present at the time, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Now, meeting in private, it will inevitably be a little nervous, but still bite the bullet and invited the other party into the cave. Poisonous woman. The body is a 1,000-eyed viper. She is very venomous. After transforming into a human form, it is also covered with black snake scales and soft armor. Although it is not as good as Jin Chen's appearance, it has a glamorous appearance. The human heart is cold. What about the little brother here? If you are not used to it, you can tell your sister at any time. Madame Poison walked into the cave, looked around, and started to care about Jian Wushuang. However, her eyes were aimed at Jin Chun in the corner of the Dong mansion, and evil spirits leaked in her eyes. This kind of look made Jin Chun stand uneasy, so he could only lower his head and not look at each other. Jian Wushuang was thinking about the other party's intentions, and the sudden concern was indeed a little inexplicable. What is this kidding him? He didn't have any intersection with this poisonous lady, so caring, there must be something. He immediately signaled Jin Chun to get some tea, and then asked Mrs. Poison to sit down, and then said, "The king treats me well, and Brother Ba takes care of me very much, so I don't care about Madame Poison." Jin Chun swayed the fish's tail, slowly drifting over, carefully put down the tea, and just about to leave, he was grabbed by Mrs. Poison's hand. This sudden move made Jin Chun startled. He wanted to withdraw his grasped hand, only to find that he couldn't move at all. Jian Wu's double-faced color sank, put his hand on the back of the two of them, and said, "Madam, if you have something to say, please say it." As soon as his words fell, a dark red power of the beast broke out in the palm of his hand, which directly helped Jin Chun break free. Mrs. Poison said in a pity, "Such a beautiful jade hand. It's a pity." After speaking, he raised his head and stared at Jin Chen's face, and looked up unscrupulously. Jian Wushuang understood it at this time, and the other party didn't seem to be here for him. I thought it was because of his appearance that attracted the other party, but I didn't expect it to be because of Jin Chun. But Jin Chun was just an emperor. What can the other party see? Appearance? Jian Wushuang swallowed, but he didn't expect the other party to have this hobby. If it is someone else, he can still call the shots, but Jin Chun is absolutely safe. Otherwise, you will be guilty. Mrs. Poison thoroughly expressed her intentions and said directly, "Brother Hu Biao, you are a good maid. It is better to give it to my sister. I have a lot of the treasures you need." Really? Let him guess right. and the other party wants to exchange treasures. An emperor maid. In this world of the weak and the strong, even the ants are not counted. With his current status, there is no reason not to agree. But he had no choice. An electric arc flashed in his eyes. Jean Chun was already trembling with fright next to him. The Madame Poison sitting on the side looked more and more attracted and said nonchalantly, "This little girl is still a virgin, really a good skin." Ha ha! Jian Wushuang took the teacup and drank it and laughed in agreement. Jean Chun panicked. Not only Jean Chun, but also Li Sheng and others. Looking at Jian Wushuang now, they had forgotten who they were and had completely turned into a desolate beast. Jian Wushuang held the teacup, smiled, his face turned cold. Click! The teacup in his hand was also crushed. The breath on his body suddenly exploded, and the candle dragon wings behind him opened directly, and his divine power reached 550,000 in an instant. "Mrs. Poison, do you think it's good to be bullied? I just arrived at Weilong Mountain, so I came to the close-fitting maid below." Jian Wushuang became more and more angry, wishing to start immediately. Madame Pe did not expect Jian Wushuang to be so angry. Isn't she just an emperor's maid? With just one move, countless people rushed forward and hugged him as a maid. Why be attached to one? Jian Wushuang's eruption immediately attracted the attention of the strong outside the cave. The Bo Ben, who was not far from here, rushed in directly. After seeing Mrs. Poison, the momentum just disappeared. Then he squeezed out a smiling face and flattered. "Hey, I said why Lao Jiu's cave is so lively. It turns out that it is the second sister here." It seemed that he came in with a flattering smile, but it was natural to stand on Jian Wushuang's side. "Big head fish, you'd better not interfere with today's affairs, or you can cook fish head soup." Madame Poison yelled, and there were a lot of black fine lines on her cheeks, spreading half of her face. The snake letter from the mouth spit out, terrifying. Jian Wushuang was not accustomed to the opponent either, and also shouted angrily. The candle dragon wings first wrapped his whole body, and then suddenly vibrated. After the wings spread out again, he completely transformed into a candle dragon. A long roar shocked the world. "This is the real beast god." Slowly raising Zhulong's arm, Jian Wushuang said coldly, "Old witch, if you want to fight today, I will accompany you to the end. If you don't dare, you will get far away." Viewing the sky on the chessboard, gradually rises in the starry sky of his origin. Jiang Jia has spread all over his body unknowingly. The power of the beast has once again increased. 3 times the power of the beast has also become 4 times. The divine power is full of 600,000. Mrs. Poison was also frightened. She didn't expect Jian Wushuang to be so powerful. If the body leaks out, the strongest divine power erupts. I am afraid it will exceed 600,000. Mrs. Poison knew her weight, even if she took out the viper's body. She felt that she was not Jian Wushuang's opponent. As for the poison, she could see the special dark red armor on Jian Wushuang with her naked eyes. If you really want to fight, you won't have the upper hand at all. But she just left. Where did she put her face? Bo Ben also saw it at this time, and hurriedly said, "Brother Hu, you calm down. Everyone is your own. Why bother to make it so embarrassing?" Saying that, in fact, he also has opinions on Mrs. Poison. Knowing that Jian Wushuang was brought by him, he came to find fault. If you find it, it has to be today. Jian Wushuang came to provoke as soon as he joined the group, which was too unreasonable. Even if King TMU is here, Mrs. Poison is always the one who is unreasonable. What's more, Jian Wushuang now has 600,000 divine powers, much stronger than Mrs. Poison. Strength is the truth. Brother Tyrant doesn't need to say more. I just looked at the old witch who came to find the fault, And I was going to my maid when he came up. Isn't it slapping? Who in the face? Jian Wushuang's breath was shocked again. His face was hideous. Dear, click in, give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of The Beautiful Wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https:// data and bookmarks, are synchronized with the computer station. And fresh reading without ads.